a lot of super busy 2 Euler presentations. So my special request for tonight of elected officials and representatives of elected officials is really stay within your 3 minutes. So, or Debbie's going to put up the clock and cut you off. Oh, that's a terrible thing. But anyway, yeah, this is a really, we just have so much on our plate tonight. So with that, Debbie, you have it on recording?
I do.
Is it recording?
Yes, you're on the record.
It is recording. Welcome,
I read your
everybody.
mind.
Huh?
I read your mind.
It's 6:30 and welcome to the May 6th full board meeting of Community Board 2. Welcome, everyone. Happy May 6th. It's, gardening time and all those things that we love to do. It's light out. It's not dark. It's a beautiful day. So with that, the first item on our agenda, actually, hold on a minute. Our agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance. And so I'll start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The second item is comments by public officials. And so I have now people signed up to speak who are elected is Ben Jeremiah, and then Jack from Councilman Van Bramer and Victoria Leahy. So Ben, I'll let you go first because I think last time.
From the Borough President's
Oh,
office.
hi, Joe. Ben, I think I made you wait for a very long time last time, so you get to go first. But you have to take yourself off mute. Unmute.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's
Coming
better.
now? Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ben Jeremiah from Councilman Holden's office. As a community board member for over 3 decades, serving on nearly 7 committees at some point, Councilmember Holden sincerely appreciates the service you all do for CB2 residents. Volunteerism is essential, and you all play a role in making this city better. Our office has been inundated with phone calls, emails, and social media inquiries on several quality of life issues. We've heard from constituents of increased drag racing, speeding, reckless driving, and the illegal operation of dirt bikes and ATVs. We also have received complaints of illegal car meetups, including in portions of the 108 precinct, where folks drink and play loud music at all hours of the night. Not to mention, these cars are illegally altered with loud exhaust pipes and tinted windows. Councilmember Holden has been a voice on this issue, and our office will continue working with local precincts to cease this infraction on our quality of life. As you all know, Little Bush Park is going through its playground reconstruction. Construction is slated to be complete by September of this year. We understand that they're ahead of schedule, but we don't have a tentative date on this. We are waiting to hear back from Parks Department. If anyone has any locations with graffiti, illegal dumping, or litter, please call or email our office. This Saturday, our office, together with the Parks Department and Home Depot, will be hosting a Mother's Day event at Frank Principe Park, formerly known as Maurice Park in Maspeth. Children will be given soil, seeds, and other tools, and will be tasked with planting them in a cup to give to their moms. This event runs from noon to 2 p.m. At the same time, we also have Bobby and the Strays and North Shore Animal League doing a pet adoption outside of the park, also from noon to 2. All are invited to come down and adopt a pet. With some sense of normalcy coming back to the city, our office will be hosting several events, including more pet adoptions and food giveaways, concerts, animal vaccine and spay-neuter clinics, thyroid scanning, mammograms, self-defense classes, and community cleanups. Please follow the council members' social media page for more information on this. Thank you and have a good night. Please stay healthy. Please stay safe.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you.
Any questions for Ben Jeremiah? Okay, moving right along. Jack?
Hey, everybody, can you hear me?
Okay. Yes.
Perfect. Hi, everybody. Jack Bernatovitz here on behalf of Councilmember Jimmy Van Bramer with some brief updates for y'all. First, COVID vaccines are now available to all New Yorkers 16 and older with no appointment needed. I'll be adding in the chat a link to find a city-run vaccine site near you. And just remember to keep social distancing, wear your mask, stay home if sick, get vaccinated when you can. In April, Councilmember Van Bramer, along with Parks, officially cut the ribbon on the new Hart Playground in Woodside. After years of planning and over $3 million in funding for this project, we have a beautifully renovated park with new playgrounds and basketball courts. This month, the City Council approved making Open Streets program permanent, creating a process for community organizations to apply to operate an open street and requiring DOT to annually evaluate open streets to determine potential design changes, like shared streets or pedestrian plazas. The council also began executive budget hearings this week. Next week, on May 10th, the Committee on Cultural Affairs and Libraries will be hearing from the Department of Cultural Affairs and the 3 library branches on the mayor's financial year 22 budget. The council member has questions about the new City Arts Corps program and secured funding for our institutions, cultural organizations, and libraries. And next week, the Queens Public Library will be moving to phase 2, allowing for in-person services and computer access at 14 branches across the borough. And this includes the Long Island City branch just outside of CP2, very close. And that's all I got for this month. Happy to answer any questions.
Sheila has a question.
Yeah, Sheila.
Hello, everyone. Sheila Lewandowski, she, her, hers, white woman, glasses, black shirt, brown ceiling fan behind me. So, Jack, I mean, statement and then a question. First of all, I have to acknowledge the council member for no one has fought for artists as workers and their labor more than he has that I've seen in the council or in the city as an elected official. And so I'm very grateful to him that he really made artists kind of brought their value to light for so many people, which I think is part of what led to today's announcement. Of course, there are many of us who have questions. I was sorry not to see him because he's been the champion. I mean, and the Culture 3, at a couple of calls today, we were asking about distribution, about additional funding. I mean, do you have any information on this yet, since you guys are really the champions?
Yeah, so for the mayor's newly announced City Artists Corps program, all the final details are still being finalized. So we're still waiting for additional information about the application process, how funds are allocated, kind of the bits and pieces of it. We're really excited about this announcement and the use of federal funding, emergency funding for COVID to help support artists that have been out of work and underfunded for the past year. And so creating jobs and prioritizing their labor and their work as part of a central part of New York recovery. But we're still waiting for those details. So as soon as I have it, I will let you know. I'll let y'all know. But still waiting for that information.
Well, thank you again for getting us here.
Yeah.
Thanks a lot, Jack. Joe Nocerino.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Hi, folks.
Hi, Joe.
Very quick, a couple of items. First of all, movie night is back. May 4th, movie night drive-in. May 4th was Star Wars. May 19th is Inside Out. May 26th is Moonlight. So these are free Queens drive-in. You can register on our website, queensbp.org. Secondly, in Borough Hall, we are hosting ID NYC pop-up enrollment site. And that was from May 4th. We started through June 30th. You can make an appointment, folks who need to apply for a new ID or submit additional paperwork to renew their ID. You can also RSVP on our website.
What's
And
that?
last but not least, on May
Which one?
15th, Borough President Richards is hosting a bicycle jamboree that is for children ages 5 through 12. It's going to be in the parking lot of Borough Hall, social distance. There'll be Bike New York that will teach kids, the youngest kids, how to ride a bike, taking off their training wheels. And then Traffic Safety Board will be helping kids who know how to ride be more skilled on that. Giveaway of free helmets, raffling off 4 bikes. May 15th, 12 noon, Borough Hall parking lot. Thank you very much.
Any questions for Joe? Thank you, Joe. Ernie Brooks. Ernie?
All right, well, I haven't really prepared much. Basically, Carolyn's in Washington. She's been in Washington a lot. One notable thing she was fighting for yesterday, a financial services subcommittee on housing, community development and insurance. It was a hearing titled Built to Last, Examining Housing Resilience in the Face of Climate Change. And basically this has to do, I think, with one of the big issues of not giving flood insurance to places that are being built in the flood zone, trying to turn back this habit of building in places that shouldn't be built in and then are wiped out, and then tax dollars get used to rebuild them. During an exchange with Chief Climate Strategist at the Natural Resource Defense Council, Congressman Maloney stated, "Climate change is one of the single most pressing threats New Yorkers face. This country and the global community also. And our most vulnerable communities are bearing the brunt of the consequences. As we look to building back better, we must do so with a focus on climate justice and climate resiliency. For New York City, that means investing in a green future for New York City's public housing." And you probably know that she's working, of course, with Schumer and the others who are there trying to put a lot of money to fund the public housing in New York. I mean, they're talking 40 billion, they're talking 80 billion, but it's all going to be needed. So that's one of the most important issues she's working on. That's pretty much it. I mean, she's doing a lot of, the oversight committee is working on a lot of other issues, and she'll be there, but she's back on weekends in the neighborhood. So, and you can reach her in her office. People are always there to answer the phones for constituent problems and questions. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Ernie. Stephen?
Yeah, Ernie, just one question regarding the SALT, the state and local tax exemption that we no longer have. Having just done my taxes, I miss it. Are we doing anything about that?
Let me look through. I'll have to get back to you on that. I don't know. I know that's come up and I know that's being discussed. If I can find something, I'll put it in the chat.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks, Ernie. Anyone else? Okay. There any other elected officials that want to speak? Unmute yourself. But I don't see anybody.
Hi.
Oh, Victoria.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
Great. How are you?
Doing well, doing well. So I'm just going to quickly run through our updates. Sorry that I missed you all last month. I was out getting my COVID shot. So just for me on our end, so last month, the recent state budget was really, really exciting, really historic budget. So some of the major highlights include, and I'll quickly run through them. So 800, actually, I'll start off with 2.3 billion in combined federal and state grants and aids to help tenants pay back overdue rent and provide rent relief. About 29 billion in total education aid, and an increase in 3 billion to support staff to restore programs and to provide more mental health support to students. 575 million in mortgage assistance and 20 million for the homeowner protection program for foreclosure protection. $50 million for the COVID Recovery Workforce Initiative for Workers, $2.4 billion in federal child care to expand subsidy eligibilities, and then lastly, $94.2 million for libraries and $34 million for library construction grants. So it's a lot that was included in the last budget. So as more details come forward, I know there is going to be a rent relief application that's going to be made public really shortly. So if you have any questions about that, how to apply or how to get those resources, you can reach out to our office at any time. I'll put my email and I'll put our office number down in the chat. But yeah, I'll just quickly wrap up with that.
Victoria, I just have one question. Can you talk about the moratoriums, the eviction moratorium and the rent moratorium?
Yeah, so that is being extended. It's going past May. I believe the end date, the moratorium has been extended until August. With that, if you applied for a if you have a COVID hardship form as a tenant, if you fill that out, that means that if you've experienced hardship due to COVID or being evicted would put you at significant risk for catching COVID or otherwise significant health risks, you are exempt, or you could apply or fill out the hardship form, and that means you're exempt for the eviction up until August, the end of August. Hopefully we'll see with the expansion of these rent relief programs, will be extensive aid for tenants who are overdue in rent, have a significant amount of back pay rent. So we'll see how well these programs play out over the next few months. But if you're interested in getting one of the hardship forms or you want to learn more about that, you can reach out. I'll put you can private message me in the chat, or I'll also add my email.
Thanks, Victoria. Sheila and then Ross.
Hi, Victoria.
Hi, how are you?
I'm safe and well. I hope that you are too.
Thank you.
The question I'm going to ask you, I'm also putting out there for Shamima from Assemblymember Jessica Gonzalez Rojas' office. So Hamima, be ready. I'd like to know where the Assemblymember stands on Assembly Bill 6642 to remove gender discrimination from short-term disability billing. He and I communicated, he said he was going to look into it. We now have 4 co-sponsors on the bill and it's only being held up in the Assembly. It is absolutely, it's criminal that New York State is sanctioning that we pay 2 to 3 times more for short-term disability for women than for men. Additionally, a small business or any business has to choose, they have to label who their employees are. And there are 2 boxes, male and female. So I cannot tell you how important this is. These little teeny things, laws, they add up to serious bigotry, racism, sexism. So I'm really hoping that the Assembly member will step up and co-sponsor that bill.
Thank you so much. Yes, I will email him to get an updated status on where he's at with the bill.
Thank you.
Ross.
Yeah, hi, Victoria. I just, since we were talking about issues of speeding on our roadways and the harm that is done, I wanted to raise for the Assembly members particular attention the package of bills that are called going under the name of the Crash Victims Bill of Rights and Safety Act. There are 8 of them. I can put in the chat and also, if you'd like, forward them to you. I did speak with the Assembly member about them, but I think it's really crucial that these be worked on. We have a short period of time and people are dying on our streets, and speed kills, as they say. So I thank you if you draw that.
Yeah, great. Thank you so much. I will follow up and I will make sure to flag that packet of bills for the member.
Thank you, Victoria. Sharmima from Assembly Member Jessica Gonzalez Rojas.
Hi, everybody. My name is Shamima. I'm the community liaison for Jessica Gonzalez Rojas. Sorry, it's a bit dark in my room. I just want to thank everyone for their questions and their comments, and I'll get to them. I just want to first start off with a few announcements from the Assembly member. So right now is the month of Ramadan, so Ramadan Mubarak to those who celebrate it. Right now in our community, there was a fire in the 89th Street, and so we're still taking support and donations. There's a GoFundMe, and there's a link in our link tree, which can be found in our Twitter and our Instagram accounts. Also, the hardship forms, which I know was discussed, but they have been extended until, I believe, until May 1st. And the Paycheck Protection Program, oh, I think that's over now. Also, updates from Albany. So they were able to pass the most progressive state budget in the history of the budgets. And so highlights from that: fully funded schools. They were able to get the Excluded Workers Fund. They were able to get rental insurance, small business aid, and a tax the rich portion. Um, Exciting announcement: our office will be holding a paper shredding event on May 16th at the Farmers Market in Jackson Heights from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. The truck will be parked on the corner of 79th Street between Northern Boulevard and 34th Avenue, right by the Auto Zone. So if you have any personal documents you'd like to get shredded, you can join us and get them shredded for free. I'll link and I'll put in the chat our address and our phone number and our email contact. So if you have any questions or comments or concerns, feel free to give us a call. In our office, we speak English and Bengali and Spanish, and we also provide PPE and hand sanitizers. So if you want any hand sanitizers, face masks, you can feel free to come by our office and pick that up. So I know someone had asked about the spill, and I will definitely relay that back to Assembly member, but I know that she is a huge proponent of disability rights, and that's why I'm most definitely sure that she will be in support of this bill if that is something that it will advance disability rights. If there's any more questions, I'm free to take them.
Yeah, Nick, do you have a question?
So Shamima, thank you so much for coming. I actually have a question for Victoria. I know I just barely missed her. If anyone else has questions for
Yeah, why don't we go?
don't you go ahead.
Roz, do you have a question for Sharmima? You still have your hand up.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Okay.
I will, but I would ask her to do the same with regard to the Crash Victims Bill of Rights. And I will send her that in direct
Yeah.
message. And I put it,
I think someone, oh, you put it in the chat. Great.
Yeah, I did.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's it, Sharmima, for you. And Victoria,
Lisa, can I just ask Shamima to please put her email in the chat so that I can forward the.
yeah, of course.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm here.
Okay.
Hey, Victoria. So I actually had a conversation directly with Assembly Member Barnwell about this, but I wanted to ask just to have your office talk a little bit about this too. Can you explain the Assembly member's vote against the legalization of cannabis and a little bit about what his thinking was on that, what his rationale was, and what the benefits were as far as how it affects our community that he voted no?
Yeah, great. Thank you so much for that question. I am going to have to redirect you to the member directly regarding that. For anybody, it's 100% very valid question. If you would like to discuss with the member and get a little bit sense of his vote and his decision on it, I can give you his direct line. He's been taking a couple of calls and messages about that in particular. So more than happy to pass along his direct line if you send me a message, or I can just add it in the chat. But thank you again for that. Yeah, it's a very important question. Thank you.
Maybe he can come to our next meeting and share it with us directly.
I will pass that along to him. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's great. Great suggestion, Jake. Anyone else? Kat? But you're on mute. Yeah.
Hi. Yes. This question is for Victoria Leahy. I mean, speaking as a community member, not as a board member, we actually had sought support for like letters of support from Assemblymember Barnwell's office and had sent many emails and follow-ups. I'm wondering what is the way that community-based organizations are able to get letters of support for any sort of funding opportunities with the state?
Thank you. Thank you so much. That's a wonderful question. I'm going to private message you my email, and then if you can just forward me whatever communication that was, and I can help figure out if you're looking to apply for grants or if it's something in terms of getting funding directly. I'd more than happy to work that out with you.
Wonderful. I just emailed you.
Thank you so much.
All right. Anyone else? Any other elected officials with us tonight who haven't spoken?
Yes.
Oh, as our former host always, you know, with us with us tonight is Judy Zangwell. And Judy, I would defer to you to speak with as our guest. And I hope you have some good news for us that maybe one day we'll go back and meet in person. So yeah.
Should I do that now?
Yes.
Well, first of all, just a couple of quick, our UPK enrollment is now open and we're serving additional 3-year-olds this year. It's 3 and 4-year-olds. And I would actually encourage you to go to our website. It's a little nuanced. So it depends on when your child's birthday or the child you know's birthday is and all that. So if you'll go to our website, but we still do have openings. The second thing I want to do is just thank all of you. We did these city council forums. We pulled it off. We live streamed it. We did, I don't know, 3 or 4 hours consecutive. We did District 22 and we did 2 because there were so many candidates for District 26. It was really great. And we had over 1,000 people who joined via all of our platforms. So thank you. I know there were many of you there and thank you so much. So Lisa, we still are living with uncertainty. We think that the senior center will be opening, but frankly, we don't know when. We're hearing murmurings. And also they have talked to us about grab and go meals in which seniors would actually come and pick up meals. We're preparing for that and we're presenting a plan for that, but that also has not been, I think they have a date. I think it was May 10th, but frankly, I don't think that's a realistic date. So, you know, we're waiting with eager anticipation. Our schools, we do have programs in the schools. And of course, they've been affected from, you know, here and from affected by COVID. And so they're open, they're closed, they're open, they're closed. But many of our after school programs now are actually in the schools in a combination of hybrid and in person.
Great. Well, you know, I look forward to hearing, yeah, we're opening and you can all come back.
Me too, believe me.
With the expansion of UPK, are you expecting just to kind of stay the same or expand, or what is your intention around that?
Where we will have some additional 3-year-old slots. We were predominantly 4-year-olds with a few 3-year-old slots, and there will be additional ones.
Great. And you're doing anything with summer youth employment?
Yes, we will have the summer youth employment program. So if any of you know young people who would like to do internships, please let Sunnyside know. And we also are part of that program, which children will have, I don't think they're characterizing as summer school, but an educational component and also a recreational for the summer. So we will have summer camps as well.
Great. Any other questions for Judy? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So with that, we're going to move on. I want to just remind people.
I think we have another representative from elected official.
Hi.
Hi,
Who said hi? I can't see you.
me, Najee Phillips.
Oh, hi. How are you?
I'm doing well. Okay, so I'm Najee Phillips, and as Daniel stated last month, I will be filling in for him while he's on paternity.
Oh, sorry.
It's all right. Just a couple updates from the Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez's office. The Congresswoman hosted a virtual town hall Friday, April 23rd. You can watch a recording of the event on the YouTube page at Rep AOC. Restaurant Revitalization Fund as of May 3rd, 2021 at 12 p.m. Restaurants are able to apply for direct relief through the Restaurant Revitalization Fund through the Small Business Administration. This program will provide restaurants and other eligible businesses with funding equal to their pandemic-related revenue loss up to $10 million per business. The release does not have to be repaid, provided that the funds are put towards eligible uses by March 11th. Additionally, the SBA Shuttered Venue Operators Grant Program is now back online. A legislative update, new child tax credits. This passed through the 1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan in March in an effort to cut child poverty in half. The new child tax credit raises the 2020 limits from up to $2,000 per child to a maximum of $3,600 per child. Qualified children ages 5 and under count for about 3,600 maximum per child, and kids between 6 and 17 years old count for about $3,000 maximum per child. Payments are expected in 2 formats, in which the first half is administered on a monthly basis and the second half is given in lump sums. First payments are expected to go out July 2021. And yeah, I'll leave my email and the office hours in the chat.
Thanks, Najee.
You're welcome.
Any questions?
I have a question.
Yeah, sure.
And I guess this can throw out to Ernie also for Congresswoman Maloney. I've heard and experienced it personally where the Small Business Administration is having a major issue with the targeted EIDL. I don't know if your offices are familiar with this, but one of the things what we've discovered is they've had either a glitch or something where many people who were eligible for the targeted EIDL were rejected for reasons that had nothing to do with them. For example, I don't have any children, and I've never had any children, and I was denied the targeted EIDL grant for my small business because it said I owed back child support. Well, I don't owe any child support. I don't have children, never had them. And then I've learned through some research that, and through somebody at the SBA, that a lot of people are affected by this. They're having tremendous amount of issues with this. Even people who are married and have grown children and never had an issue. But it's really hard to tell whether they're responding or not. I haven't gotten any response yet from the SBA. And it's also a hard thing to prove. Like if you had to prove that you paid, you could show a paid document. How do you prove a negative? How do you prove that you don't have any children and never had any child support? So it'll be great if our elected congressional leaders could kind of see what's going on with the SBA if you don't already know about it.
There's someone at Carolyn's office, Taylor Abruzzese, who's really an expert on that. So I'll put her email up on the chat.
Oh, great.
She's helped. I think she helped out with that issue with someone recently. So
oh, good. Yeah. I didn't know how many people in the community were being affected by it, but I knew some were. But all right, thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Galoni, our office actually did hear about your case and we're working on it actively. I'm very familiar with what's going on with you. You're actually not the first person that reported to us. Apparently there is a glitch and we're trying to get to the bottom of it. But as far as your case goes personally, we are aware of it and we're actively doing something about it. So hopefully we get this solved soon.
Yeah, great. Yeah, and the other concern is one of my neighbors who was a taxi driver was telling me, apparently once you get through that, like he could qualify for another one for $5,000, but apparently it's very limited. So it's time limited and a number limited. So he's afraid that some people aren't going to be able to get it by the time they get the other things straightened out. So anything you folks can help out with for the community would be great. Thank you.
Yes, being that they're about to run out of funds, we are actually taking this very seriously. And like I said, I know about your case specifically. You know, we had a team meeting about it and we're definitely working towards getting to the bottom of this. And
thanks. Yeah, I didn't want to bring up my personal thing. I was thinking more in terms of all the others too, but yeah, thank you very much.
Sheila.
Yes, quickly. So that triggered a follow-up question. You mentioned that the EIDL is going to run out of funds. I imagine SFOG will too. SFOG's kind of a mess for any of us who've actually tried to work with it. Do you know, are there conversations about replenishing these as they're highly coveted, highly needed, I should say, because it's not just coveted.
That conversation actually is in the talks, but I can't give specific dates or a specific amount. That is something that has been brought up. I can definitely bring this up to the Congresswoman and get back to you, and you can email me if you want me to find out that answer and get back to you.
Thank you so much.
Sheila, I'll ask Carolyn too, because that's.
Thank you, Ernie.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you both. Najee, I'll remember next month, and I apologize. Okay, I think we'll adjourn this part of the meeting. I just want to remind people, because I forgot to do this in the beginning, general housekeeping rules. Please mute yourself when not speaking. If your mic is on and you're not speaking, we will mute you. This is a community board meeting. Board members have priority when asking questions of guests or elected officials. You can make a public comment during the public comment section. The link to sign up is in the Zoom chat, and we'll post that every 30 minutes. Board members, please raise your hand using the raise hand function, or if you can't figure it out, just raise your hand. And as always, please be courteous and respect the space and time of our meeting. So thank you all very much. We're going to move on now. Tonight we have two public hearings for ULURP applications that are certified and need to be voted on by June. We will, this is a public hearing. And so the first item is, we're not planning to vote on these tonight, by the way. That's really what I wanted to say. We would vote at the June meeting. So this is a public hearing. We'll have time to talk about it again in committee. We'll make a recommendation from the land use committee, and then we can vote in June. So the first item is 48-18 Van Dam Street. It's an application by the Teamsters Union that's planning on expanding an existing industrial building. And it's a zoning map amendment that would facilitate a 4-story enlargement to an existing 2-story building. So I'm going to turn this over now to Eric Palatnik and the team from the Teamsters. Eric.
Hello, how are you?
Great.
Good.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it. It's good to hear a very spirited discussion amongst all the board members.
Can I just
before,
interrupt for 1 second?
Sure.
Anyone who's interested in commenting on this application can sign up to speak for 2 minutes. And if somebody could put that sign up in, yeah, Anatole just did. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Eric.
That's okay. I'd like to thank everybody for giving us the time today. I know you have a very busy agenda, so I'll try and get right to it. I'm here this evening and I'm representing the Teamsters Local 813. And this is their headquarters for their pension fund. And we're here tonight to ask permission of your board for an application for a rezoning that we've been meeting with your board and with the councilman about for the better part of the past 3 years. I think we met with you 2 or 3 times already. And we met with the councilman a number of times. And it's a great project on Van Dam Street that if it's approved, it'll allow an old rope twine factory that up until when the Teamsters took it over had 8 or 9 loading berths on the street on Van Dam Street. And they took it over and did a beautiful job remodeling it. And they have their headquarters there right now. And what they'd like to do very much is to build another 4-story, a union pension building, similar to what you would see in a medical arts profession, where it would just be basically offices for pensions, including the Teamsters and many others that they would like to include. The ground floor would have retail. It would have voluntary parking spaces of 52 voluntary parking spaces, the second floor, an outdoor pocket park. And in addition, it would have 52 parking spaces, 52 indoor and outdoor bicycle parking spaces, which was something that was spoken about at the last hearing. I'd like to just pull up a quick presentation to show your board members who may not be familiar with it. And then I'd be happy to answer any questions. And when I go through the presentation, I'll be sure to try to answer the questions that were raised at the last hearing, including the ones I think that were brought up by Ms. Shepherd in particular about bicycles. We came back with a lot of bicycles and a lot of detail on the bicycles. So hopefully you'll be satisfied with that.
So
Austin,
Eric,
yeah.
I want you to know that, there are 50 members on the community board and many members have not seen this presentation before. So
I will go slow and methodical so that you all see what we all have seen already. Thank you for pointing that out. Sometimes I'm like the FedEx commercial, so I'll slow down and I'll let you go through it a little bit. If anybody has any questions, let me know. Austin, if you may ask permission to share the screen and pull up the slides.
So my computer's just saying that the host disabled the screen sharing. Is there someone who could enable it for me?
Yeah, Deb?
Austin, looks like you've been made co-host, so you should be good to go.
I'm calling over the phone, and I'm also on the computer, so that may have been given to, I guess, like my phone number, but not my computer, because it's still saying that it's disabled for me.
So what computer are you on? Are they both say Austin?
Yeah, so you should just give, I guess, host privileges to both of them. I mean, it's the same person, it's just me, but
I just see one
there's
Austin.
two Austin Corys, so yep, now they're both co-host.
Okay, good.
I just gave him co-host.
Austin, you're under 30. You should be much better at this.
I got it.
Okay.
All right.
I'm ready to go back and listen too.
Thanks, Austin. And I can't talk because I'm still named iPhone 2 after 12 months into a pandemic. So thank you very much again. So for those who I'll start at the very beginning, for those people on the board who have not been a part of this rezoning application or request. My name is Eric Palatnik, and I'm representing Local 813 of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. Local 813 is the owner of the property you see there called the site. The building has been there for better part of the last century. You've all driven right past it. It's a two-story, nondescript. It was a rope manufacturing building. They bought it about 3 years ago, the Teamsters, to put their headquarters in with the intention, the sole intention of undergoing a rezoning and building the building, which I spoke about a moment ago, which really would serve to become sort of like the equivalent of a medical arts building, except in this case for pension funds relating to unions. So not only would it house their union, which is their pension fund, which is who's in there right now, but they hope to attract others. You'll see inside the building, it has conference rooms, office space, parking, everything you would come to expect in a modern day state-of-the-art office building, with the important part that there's a lot of record storage. There's also a large conference room, which I heard you talking about the senior center at the start of the evening. They are fully committed to allowing the use of their rather large conference room for the use of community, fully vetted community groups, of course. But if there is a need for meetings and things like that, things that would be akin to a community board meeting. So they're very community oriented. And the purpose of the building, in addition to having space for their offices, is to have space for membership meetings. And that's what the big, large space that I'm going to show you is all about. Because I think if any of you are union members, I'm sure you know, you have to vote. And if you have to vote, then you have to hear things. You come to a meeting like this, except it's in the headquarters. And that's what they'd like to do. So that's why there's parking on site, because union members are going to be coming to attend the building and to do things. That's why there's bicycle parking. And that's why the building's designed the way it is. So the project, the site is located here. The whole area encased in the dotted line is the project area. There are 3 properties within that. We only own one. We only own the one that's labeled site. And that's shown right there. And it's a 29,000, essentially a 30,000 square foot piece of property. The property next to it, where it's labeled project area, is a defunct gas station, which has a lot of taxis on it. Some of you may know about it or may have seen it in the past. And behind us, on the back street on 31st Place, is a Best Buy Geek Squad, I believe, facility where they repair things, I guess, electronics and things like that. Our property is only the site. In front of you, on the right side of the street, on the right side of the screen is Van Dam Street. The LIE is at the bottom of the screen. The 59th Street Bridge would be at the top. Austin, if you can go to the next slide, please. This slide simply outlines a little bit about everything I just said, so I won't waste too much time here. Basically, on the left side, it's calling out that I'm asking you permission to rezone in an industrial business zone. By the way, the whole area is what's called an industrial business zone, the purpose of which is to encourage industrial and business related uses such as this. So we're in line with that. But we're not in line with the zoning. The zoning is an M21 zoning district. It allows a floor area ratio of 2. we're asking you for a floor area ratio of 5. We're asking you to go 3 more than are allowed. The proposed conditions are on the right-hand side. It's telling you there the size of the lot. I said before, it's telling you it's a 6-story building, like I told you before. It's giving you the floor area that's included in there. The height of the building will be 85 feet. And it's explaining that there'll be 49 voluntary accessory parking spaces. Next slide, please, Austin. If you can skip now, maybe to one that gives a wider aerial. A little wider. There you go. This is great. Okay, so this should orient everybody just a little bit more than if you weren't oriented to begin with. Of course, the large roadway at the bottom of the screen is none other than the Long Island Expressway. The top of the screen, you can see the overpass over Sunnyside Yards. You can see Van Dam Street, of course, is the main drag running right up, and site is right in the middle. What we are trying to show you with this image is not just where the site is, but that the request that the Teamsters are making of you this evening is for a proposed zoning change map that would result in a building that would be analogous and identical to almost all of the buildings around it that are developed in the area, many of which have been built that way for more than a century. So we call to your attention all of the numbers you see there. What you're seeing in each one is the number on the left, for example, on the site we'll start with. We're proposing to be 83 feet 6 inches tall, and our floor area ratio is proposed to be a 4.08. What we're trying to show you, if you start to meander and take a look at all the other buildings, which you're all extremely familiar with, they've been there our whole lives, you could see there every building we called out is equal to or taller than us. I think it's pretty self-evident that Van Dam Street and this area of Long Island City is no stranger to 8, 9, 10-story buildings. And really the buildings that are 1 and 2 stories are really, in a way, almost are not consistent with the character. The character is really more of these older industrial buildings. And you'll see more imagery throughout as we go through that the Teamsters have tried to maintain that old industrial heritage within this building, both in an artistic format and in a design format. And we'll show you that as we continue on. If you go to the next slide, please, Austin. This slide just starts to give you an idea of what kind of uses are around us here. And I think they show the socially redeeming value of the requests that we are making of you. Everything you see around here are industrial, Con Edison, you see an ice skating rink, you see enterprise truck rental agencies, taxis. That's all good stuff. But we're building a building here and we're housing a use here that provides great economic vitality to thousands of union members around the city, and will provide great jobs to the people that come and work here, and will hopefully activate this end of Van Dam, which my entire life has only been activated by me when passing through while trying to get from the Long Island Expressway to, I still call it, the 59th Street Bridge. So hopefully we're hoping it will activate it with the ground floor retail uses that we're proposing. And I'll note there was a lot of discussion at the last hearing about the ground floor. We are proposing to have ground floor retail uses. None of them are leased yet. Unfortunately, the pandemic's taken the same toll on us as everybody else, but we're optimistic that we will find tenants as we're coming back. And in the meantime, we are fully committed to any artist in Long Island City that would like to put art in the windows as any sort of art show, exhibit, or display on a temporary basis at the permission of the Teamsters under their license, so we don't end up like some famous buildings in the neighborhood. They'd be happy to do it. And I'll take the names and numbers. You could pass it along to me, and we'll be happy to do that while we try to rent up the spaces. So if we'd like to see some artwork in the spaces that are there, we'd be happy to do that. And that would go on, we'd hope, folk, until we rent the spaces. So it could be a good thing, because something's going to tell me it's going to take a little while to rent up some space here. The next slide Austin's going to show you is going to take you down to the ground. Austin, if you can go to view 1 on page 7 of your, actually, don't go back. I forgot you added that. I had Austin add this slide. The rest of the board members didn't see this last time we presented. I had the ability to, the other day, I was went in, I was taking my kids to go to something, and we drove past here, and I looked down the street off the LIE. I said, wow, that's a shot I want to take. I want to show everybody what I'm trying to do here. I didn't take it. This is Google, so don't worry. I wasn't doing anything when I was driving. This is obviously a shot while you're going down, looking down Van Dam. The proposed building we want to build is 85 feet tall. It's right next to the public storage building. It would fit like a glove, like nothing else you'd ever seen. And we'd fill it with jobs, we'd fill it with economic vitality. The public storage building is filled with people's stuff. We'll fill it with better than that. The gas station at the lower left corner has been in that defunct situation since before I was born. I think it was a Tesla repair for a little while. This whole corner actually has been the most disgusting corner I've ever witnessed driving through New York City. The underpass and the LIE over there has been a homeless encampment since I was born. It's a very difficult corner. The Teamsters have done a very good job of investing millions and millions of their union membership funds into the property with the hope that they see a vision here. They see a block that could be more than it's been for the last 40 years, which has been a cut through to the 59th Street Bridge. They see the beginning of a great opportunity. That's why they bought the property. And that's why they did what I'm about to show you, which nobody else has really done in the area. Austin, can you go to the next picture, please? They took an old building, and every single window you see there, and you see the two, in view two, the two bays there. For those board members that were not familiar with this building before it looked like it looks now, almost every single glass storefront you saw there before was a tractor trailer loading berth. And if you drove over the 59th Street Bridge to the Long Island Expressway, you would have to wait while all 7 or 8 tractor trailers backed in and out, no joke, across Van Dam Street. And that's the permitted use here. That's how the Teamsters bought it. So Amazon could have easily bought this site. It would have 7 or 8 beautiful loading berths as of right, and they could have backed up and down across this all day long across Van Dam. The Teamsters had a different vision. They saw an office opportunity. They saw an opportunity to build a community. They saw an opportunity to have their membership be local and be in the neighborhood and be where they want to be. So they bought it, and they invested millions of dollars in the building you see here. It looked nothing like this before. And they spent millions and millions, and they're in the building right now. All the glass you see is the empty storefronts. That's where we would hope to be doing some artwork for you. We'd hope to build 4 stories on top of the 2 stories you see right now. That's what the rezoning would facilitate. Austin, if you can go to the next slide, please. As a part of the Teamsters rezoning application, in communication with the Department of Transportation and the Department of City Planning, it was requested for a year. They were about to be certified. We were supposed to be at this meeting with you just before Corona last year. We were stopped in our tracks. We were asked to study. You see where the white car is in view number 4? We were asked to study that intersection for a year by the city of New York. So the union members paid the fees to numerous consultants, and they waited a year to continue on the ULURP process. And the end result was the request by the city to put a pocket park over there. So in addition to being delayed for a year while they hired all their consultants to do whatever studies which were needed, which were numerous, and delayed because they were supposed to be in front of you a year and a half ago, they finally got approval about 4 months ago to put a pocket park. The only way we'd be allowed to move ahead is if they spent another couple of $100,000 and built a pocket park where that white truck is on a corner that nobody ever has used. They have then agreed to invest hundreds of thousands of dollars more to build a pocket park, which is going to include 20 bicycle parks, 20 bicycle spots outside, in addition to a beautiful landscaped area. It's going to be an asset for the Teamsters. Wasn't what they set out to do, but they're happy to do it because if you look at the corner that's there right now, there are cars parked there. So they're going to do it, and they're happy to do it. And it's summed up and recorded in a restrictive declaration that runs against the property that will bind them and any subsequent owner to the inclusion and maintenance of that pocket park. And I'll show you some great pictures of it in a minute to show all the bicycle spots and everything like that. If you can go next, please, Austin, to the next slide. Okay, so the next slide, view 9, shows you again with the lobby. It's where all these cars are parked. The left side where the Verizon car is parked on the sidewalk, that's going to be the entrance to the parking garage. I'm going to show you in the plans. And that's where the cars are going to come in and out to go to the 49 voluntary, not required, totally voluntary, off-street accessory parking spaces. This will be at the second floor. And the Teamsters are in this building right now. Sean Campbell, who's the president, is on the second floor, his office. That looks like his car, the black car that's right there in the front. And that's his office on the second floor. And all of his staff is up there with him. And they have other small uses within the building right now. They've been trying to get some other uses. They really went through the ringer on this. The Department of Buildings shut down the heat on them during a freezing winter of 2019. They've had a tough time filling the building, and there's been one calamity after another. They had to call Councilman Von Bramer on Christmas to have him call the Department of Buildings to beg them, after they rehabilitated the building, to put the heat, to put the water service back, the electricity service back on, because they were about to burst every pipe in the building. So it's been a long haul for them. It's not been easy. But finally, thanks to the councilman's help and the cooperation of city planning and everybody, they've gotten to this point. And if you can go now, Austin, why don't you take us, if you can, to view 14. Actually, no, I messed up. I meant view 18, Austin. So view 18 in the lower left picture, lower left view of the screen, that shows you the site on the right-hand side. And it also shows you the site that will be included in the rezoning with us, which is the gas station, former gas station that has the taxi cabs on it. That is not our site. I wanted to call that to your attention so you're aware of that. Also, I want to call to your attention, go to the next slide, please, Austin. View 23, which will be right there on the right side, as well as view 22, as well as view 20, all three of them. That's the Best Buy. You can see the Geek Squad trucks right out front. The Geek Squad isn't providing. The Geek Squad is providing no artwork. This Geek Squad is simply providing computer repairs, and they're doing probably a pretty good job of it, but they're not included in the rezoning with us. Austin, if you can go to view 26. View 26 shows you the taxi cab site. They certainly are squeezing every cab they can onto your sidewalks and around there. That is not our site. They are not providing any of the benefits that the Teamsters are. We are required to include them as part of a rational land use plan within the rezoning. It is up to the councilman to decide as we go through how big the rezoning area stays. But right now, that site is included within the rezoning area. Austin, if you can go to the next slide, please. The last meeting, there was a lot of talk about artwork. There was a lot of asking of us if we could provide a full-size wall mural on the party wall that we have. And it's partly our fault because we showed you an image where we have an idea that one day maybe we'll do an art wall there on the party wall, on the side of the building that we're building, the 6-story building. We'd love to do it, but we can't promise you we're going to do it. Maybe after we build it, if somebody comes to us and says, hey, there's a benefactor, they can contribute, there's an artist, they can do it, maybe Sean would consider letting it go up there. He's not against art. That's what I'm trying to tell you, because we've been asked and feet were kind of put to the fire at the last meeting about doing it. And I wanted to remind everybody, we're dealing with pension money here. As much as they want to be a good neighbor, they do have a core mission, and that is to protect the union members' retirement monies and their pension funds. It doesn't really include artwork. So full-size wall mural on a 6-story building, it's not a cheap endeavor, and it's not an easy undertaking. Having said that, I don't think Sean's opposed to coming under some, if somebody was to come up with some grand plan in the future, but we really don't want to commit to it. But what we do want to commit to right now is what I told you before about the storefronts. And I want to show you through imagery of how committed they are to artwork before they even met any of you. Each of the images you see here are within the building. What you're looking at on the left is an image of Long Island City on the top left. Also in the middle, you're looking at an industrial, the Teamsters in action. On the right, you're looking at the Teamsters in action with their garbage trucks. In the middle, they got cool diagrams of the history of their garbage trucks. On the left and the right and the bottom, what I'm showing you is they maintained the structural coolness of the building. The floors are still concrete. The ceilings are still concrete. The mushroom columns, which can support the 4 stories. The building was designed in the 20s to handle more weight. Whoever built it intended to build upon it. And these mushroom columns, Sean preserved. And what I'm trying to show you is before any artist on this call or anybody that loves art, nobody could really claim necessarily art is such a great thing. You know, it's like love. Who could say they love art more than anybody else? Sean loves art. And this is what we're trying to show you. So we're lovers of art. I am too. I can't say I'm as much as other people are though, but Sean truly is. And it's shown here. And if you go to the next slide, please, Austin, we can show a little bit more. So you can get a feel for who you're talking to here. When they went into this building, they found all of these things. All the equipment you're looking at. Remember I told you it was a rope manufacturing building. So look what they did. They could have gutted the place and probably for a fraction of the cost of what they spent restoring things, they could have just put up whitewashed walls. Instead, look what they did. They took the equipment, they turned it into sculptures. That's a scale in the middle. It's an original scale in the original location where they measured things. Not only that, they're showing their adoration for your community. If you look at the map behind it, for those who might be old enough to remember, it used to be called Blissville around here. They have the maps up there. They found the Sanborn maps and put them up there. Sean didn't ask anybody to do that. He did it himself because he felt it was important that when you walk in, and if you notice the name on the building is Long Island City Civic Center, Sean wanted to make it a place that you felt as if you were a part of Long Island City. So of course, if there's an artist out there that wants to do something artistic with us, I think you're with the right people here. I don't see anything Sean's doing that would say close the door on that. Sean, if you go to the next, Austin, not Sean, go to the next slide. Again, we're just trying to show you the maintenance of the historical attributes of the building. And it was the desire of the Teamsters to incorporate that so the past was met with the future. Next slide, please, Austin. Showing you again, everything they did, wherever they could spend some time and do things that were artistic. I mean, the water fountains look like one of those things that if you stare at it long enough, you see something. They did absolutely great work in every detail they did. The floors was the original concrete. Next slide, please. Again, I mean, you asked for art. I'm focusing on art here. Every nook and cranny of the building, wherever it can be, whether it be a record storage room, whether it be a workout room, whether it be a cinder block wall, whether it be a frosted glass wall, there is something in there that Sean and his team thought was artistic. We love art. We'll welcome any component we could possibly incorporate. We can't promise you that we're going to do a whole wall of the building though yet. Next slide, please. Again, this is their artwork. This is what they consider to be important artwork. I think we can all respect what they're doing here. I mean, people they have all these people out there that are fighting for something. And how ironic is that in the time since he's built it, the streets filled with people doing that exact very same thing. You know, and that's Sean. Because Sean's pretty in touch. He's the leader of the Teamsters, and he's pretty in touch with what's going on out there. He knows what's right, what he's trying to build something here for his members. Next slide, please, Austin. The next slide comes out of what he's done that's so great and goes more into what we're asking you to do. Again, we're here for a zoning change map. We're asking you to take the dotted area and take it from an M21, which is what the rest of the area around this is, including the 6-story self-storage building that you saw a minute ago. It's right at the bottom of the screen where the big 2-1 is, where everybody stores all of their stuff in a building bigger than what we're asking for. We got our building right next door. We're asking to change it to an M15. It would let us build a building virtually identical to the gigantic self-storage building, which I remember when I was a kid used to be yellow, and it used to be called the big yellow storage building. And I always look for the yellow. It's yellow for a long time, for those who remember. And I could always find a little chip somewhere with some yellow when I drive by. Next slide, please. Again, this is the official zoning change map. It's called the zoning sectional. This is the map that city planning is actually acting on. Everything else I said was baloney, malarkey. It doesn't matter. All that matters is this map, because that's what I'm asking you to do. I'm asking you to take the map on the left and change it to the map on the right, so that when everybody opens up the zoning map 9B in the future of the zoning resolution, hopefully, if you support it and give us your recommendation and we succeed at ULURP, it'll read M15 over that block. Next slide. If you were to grant it, next slide, or you were to support it, and if the council would support it, why don't you go to the plans, Austin? There you go, freeze there, perfect. That's what we'd be able to build. That's what they envision. That's their idea. I think it's a pretty good version of what a building could be. And I think it really does a good job of balancing what's there right now, was there historically, with a little bit of modernism and a modern taste on top. Go to the next slide, please, Austin. Next, we get to the next one. Okay, pause here. So the pocket park is on the left. The trees and everything shown there. I'm going to show you a more detailed version. This is an artist rendering. In a few seconds, I'm going to take you to a slide that's going to show you exactly what David Steinman, the project architect, drew. You can see on the left is the parking garage entrances. That's where the car is going to go in. That's where there's also going to be loading. The front, you can see all the glass. The main entrance that's there right now, that's all there right now. Everything that's solid, that you see in a solid format gray, pretty much exists today, except for the pocket park and the doors on the left. That's all there in the pictures I just shown you. The glass up top is what we are asking your permission to build. If you give us the permission, the second floor of the building is going to be cleaned out. It's going to be turned into 49 voluntary parking spaces, and the upper floors are going to be offices. In addition to the 49 voluntary parking spaces, there's going to be 32 bicycle parking spaces. Only 13 are necessary. So we're providing 32, plus there's 20 outside. So there's 52 bicycle parking spaces, but only 13 are necessary. Next slide, please, Austin. Okay, this was the slide that I led you to believe incorrectly that we were going to do, and that was my fault. On this slide, I'm showing you that we showed you a slide with what Sean might like to do someday if an artist comes along, and if we can find out a way to do it, maybe that doesn't cost the Teamsters any money, and maybe there's a way to do it. Maybe we're not getting a license agreement, so we don't end up like Walkoff did, where we've unwittingly given away a side of the building. That's not our intention. But it is our intention to try to add artwork to the community, but we can't promise to this. So this slide is not meant to represent any sort of future artwork, and I wanted to call it out because that led to some confusion in our last meeting. And that's what all this hubbub right now, my talk, has been about the artwork, to make clear of what we can and cannot do. We can do the ground floor. We could have an artist come in on the vacant storefronts while they're vacant. We'd be happy to do that. We cannot commit in writing to anything on this wall. And although we'd like to in the future, if an opportunity should present itself, talk to people about maybe doing something there. So it's sort of like a half and a half, but with a glass half full sort of approach, not a no way in hell, quite the opposite. We just can't commit. We represent members of a union. We don't represent a for-profit developer. If you can go to the next slide, please. This is the zoning calculations. This just says every single thing I just told you, so we'll skip over it and go to the next slide. This is a site plan. So the architects out there that can take a look at this and understand what they're looking at are the zoning board members who are familiar with architecture. What this is just simply showing you. And for those who aren't familiar with architecture, I'll tell you what it is. It's basically as if you're in a helicopter looking right down on it, and that's what you would see. You could see here that it's describing in the middle, 4 stories being added onto a 2-story building. You see the driveways on the left. You see the pocket park on the left. You see the entrance at the front, and you see in the back a white carve out. The white carve out at the back is a light and air well for them. They're creating an area there to let some light and air into their building. They're trying to do a nice design, not necessarily required, but they want to do it because, like everything else in this building, if you're noticing, it's not being done in the bare minimum. It's being done at what's going to create a comfortable, inviting work environment. In this case, having natural light does that. In this case, having on-site parking does that. In this case, having artwork inside the building does it. So we're doing it. In this case, having 30 more bicycle parking spots than is required does it. That's because they're trying to create something that the people that are going to the building's been programmed to be utilized by will feel very welcome and comfortable in their environment. If you go to the next slide, please. So it gives you a breakdown of floor by floor. I'm about to take you through it. I can start at the lower left in the bottom, and it goes up from there. It goes counterclockwise, but you can see it shows you as he's clicking here. The ground floor has multi-tenants. It's got all the different. You don't have to click so much, Austin. Why don't you keep it? Why don't you go to the next slide so that you don't click so much? I think everybody's getting dizzy. Okay, what floor are we on here? I lost track. You clicked fast. You're on the ground floor. Thank you. Okay. So this floor, I apologize, sometimes Zoom goes so fast. This floor, I'm showing you a detailed floor plan of what the first floor would look like. The bottom of the floor of the plan sheet is Van Dam Street. The left side is Hunters Point Avenue, where it says Hunters Point Avenue is going to be where that pocket park is going to be. Top left is where the loading berth is. Top left is the parking garage entrance to the 49 voluntary accessory off-street parking spaces. Going to be at the second floor. In addition to the 30 bicycle parking spaces, when only 13 are going to be needed at the second floor. You have the 2-lane ramp going up in the back. You'll see in the middle, there's a safety steward training space and vehicle simulator. That's because the Teamsters main focus, the members, is sanitation. And some people drive trucks. So there's a truck simulation in there. There's retail space within there. And the retail space you can see is rather large. And it's got a lot of glass up front. That's it's got frontage on all around the building. And that's what I was talking about, maybe doing some artwork while we're trying to find some tenancies in those spaces. And if you can go to the next slide, please. The next slide just gives you the second floor, gives you a very good idea for how it lays out, the parking spaces. And Austin, if you can go to where the bicycle parking is on the second floor, I think, there you go. Okay, so this calls out for you at the second floor that there will be in the corner of the left portion of the second floor will be the bicycle parking, where there'll be 32 bicycles in a 646 square foot area. There'll also be a tire pumping area, and they will access that area of bicycles by coming in through the front door of the building, and they could utilize the elevator and roll their bicycles right upstairs to the second floor, or they could go in through the car ramp and get in that way as well. So that's what we're showing you there. Austin, I saw while you were there, you might want to go right to the pocket park, because that's pretty exciting. I know I get boring at times. This is the park itself that's on the side. Since we're talking about bicycles, you can see you've got bicycle parking on each side for 10 bicycle parking spaces. I don't think we'd be opposed if somebody wanted to help us or take some kind of initiative with City Bike to have City Bike go there. I don't think we'd have a problem. The pocket park, you can see, it's been designed very nice. All of the materials are specified. It's through a restrictive declaration. You're required to, they'll be required to do this, and they will not be, there will be no ifs, ands, or buts. You will see a pocket park being built as a part of the development. Austin, if you want to just go now, if you can, to the floor that shows, I think it's, it shows the conference room. So I think it's, you can have, I think it's it doesn't, the floor plans are not labeled. It's showing Z205. Keep going down. Nope. Go back a few more, I think.
I don't
One of
think
the,
they would
one of the
provide
floor plans.
on the latest. Yeah, I'll go back to the general floor plans. Yeah.
Okay, can you get to the, I guess this is what I'll work off of. If you, the 6th floor plan, what I'm trying to show everybody, and I apologize for the technical glitch, is these areas that you're seeing on the 6th floor plan, where you're seeing in the purple are conference rooms. What you're seeing on other floors as you go through it are large meeting rooms. And the large meeting rooms are what we're offering to the community to utilize. So you can see it, the large purple areas. They could see quite a few people. The rooms could fit 55, 60 people, some of the rooms, and they might prove useful to people in the community that are well vetted and how should I say this? What do they say on LinkedIn? That they're endorsed, so to speak, and there's some kind of process set up, so we're aware of who's who. But for public interest, I'm sure with accommodations. Now, the purpose of these conference rooms and of the parking, just so everybody's alert, is because the union does have membership meetings, as I said earlier. Those membership meetings could run into off hours. They happen on weekends. They happen in all kinds of weather. So for that reason, this parking indoors so that when people come, again, they're comfortable, they're able to pull in. It encourages them to come. The toughest thing the union has to do is get people out to vote, just like the general election in America. So the easiest thing to do to get people in and welcome them is to make it easy for them to get there. We all know the last thing anybody ever wants to do is find on-street parking in Long Island City. If it was easy to do, nobody would park on the sidewalks. Everybody parks on the sidewalks, including the police, because there is no parking. So by having the voluntary spaces, it facilitates their activities. That is essentially our proposal. I do have some more stuff, but I think I hit most of it. I know you have a busy agenda. So I hope I was comprehensive, and I would be happy to answer any questions for anything we may have missed.
Thank you, Eric. I have a couple of questions just to start. Building security, there's going to be security on the ground floor. How's that going to work?
I believe don't know if Sean's on the phone, but it definitely has a security system in place right now. I'm sure he's got cameras. I'm sure he's got alarms.
They do have a full-time security guard at the door.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And we had talked a while ago about working with LaGuardia College. Have you pursued that any further?
Sean, I believe, has. I think he's actually might have even said to you he's already got something going on. I think he might have even mentioned. So we are fully committed. I don't hear Sean's voice, so he might have got tied up somewhere, and I apologize for that. He would be able to tell you in much more greater detail than I would. But I remember repeatedly hearing him say that they love to engage in any programs with any community groups around them, that anybody that wants to send anybody their way.
Eric, I'm sorry if you guys can hear me. I thought I was unmuted,
Sean.
but yeah, but two things. One, we have 24-hour security, and we are going to continue with 24-hour, 7-day-a-week security. Also, we have partnered with LaGuardia College, I think, for the last 3 years now, where we have a couple of interns work year-round for us.
Okay, thank you. And in terms of utilizing any of your space, have you spoken with them about that or no?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
About
that?
utilizing any of the space that's not, that's not designated yet.
No, I haven't spoken with them about that, no.
Okay. Laura.
Hi, Eric, just want to say thank you. Really heartening to see the inclusion of suggestions from last meeting. The bike room looks great. Just a quick critique in the parklet. You've got the squiggly design.
Austin, hang on 1 second. While are you talking, Austin, pull up the park. I like how you call it a parklet. That's my new word for a pocket park now, a parklet.
Yeah, that's the squiggle design.
For the bike racks?
Yeah, it's a minor critique, but those are often misused. It's preferable to have some parallel, upside down staples instead of that design. It's a minor critique, but
That's okay. David's our architect, and I don't think he's been biking so much recently, right, David?
Yeah, I wish. I'm sorry, my Zoom cut out. I didn't hear the question.
Can you change the bike rack so they're not they're a different design? She's suggesting that there's a different design that's like an upside down staple as opposed to these the
squiggle. Yeah, often somebody will just park a bike horizontally across that and take up 3 spots. But when it's an upside down staple, people use them correctly.
Exactly.
And just another thing, near the front entrance, can you request on street or sidewalk bike parking there? Because I figured
there's no room. There's no
Oh.
room. That's why there's a handicapped ramp that leads up to it, and then there's retail there, and then there's a loading zone there, and there's pedestrians. So there's so much going on the front.
Okay, I figured
It's crazy.
loading
So
zone would work, but I figure, if somebody at the front desk orders food, somebody on a bike will deliver it to them.
yeah, the guard will watch the bike or something. There's no room. That's why we would if we could. There's no good place to put it. It ends up in the middle of stuff. This isn't so close so far. In relation to the front, there's a ramp right up to the side right there. So it's the bike person, I'm sure, will be able to navigate the 4-foot walk. Listen, if the guy or woman delivered the food on a bicycle as far as they delivered it, they could walk the extra 2 feet from the bike rack to the front door.
All right, thank you.
Thanks a lot.
So
Thanks
let
a lot
me
for calling
just,
it out. It makes it better.
thank you. Amparo and then Kat and then Anatol and Steve. So
Thank you so
remember where
much
you
for your
are.
presentation. Really appreciate it. Lots of attention to detail with bicycles. I just have one quick question about the tire pumping station. Will that be compressed air or a manual pump?
I'm willing to think it will be a manual pump,
Thank you.
but I'm sure Sean, who's on the call, will gladly assist in the pumping of a tire with you should anybody need any help.
Kat Bloomfield.
Hello, thank you so much for this presentation. Very
Cool
helpful.
apartment, Kat.
Oh, well, it's my penthouse dream.
It's a good one.
I'm not going to get it in this nonprofit life, but okay. So I have 3 sort of comments. 2 of them are ones that I have made in other sort of public forums. So maybe I'll just go with the new thing first. So I understand the need to focus the pension funds on the actual pensioners, of course.
Right.
However, I'm curious about what community partnerships you've explored to pay for and implement community artwork, because ultimately the community is interdependent, and community partnerships are an embodiment of that. I know, for example, the 5 points.
I'm sorry, does somebody have a radio on?
Goes north of here, the right of way.
It's Vincent's iPhone. If someone wants to mute him.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Kat.
And so I know, for example, the 5 points folks might be helpful in this, or there are other art groups. It's not that you have to do it. It's just that forming those partnerships. I would love to know if you have that on your horizon.
Yeah, listen, Austin, can you take down the screen, by the way? You don't need to have it. We can see each other, and if they want it back, if somebody wants to see something, we can bring it back up. Listen, I've been doing this for longer than I'd like to say. I've never had a community-oriented client like the one that you have in front of you right now. Sean Campbell, do you want to start talking about your community involvement? I'll let you answer the question. Sean, you still there? Sean's having technical.
Just to confirm, I'm asking about specifically not just community partnerships in general, but which one, have you thought of ones for the arts, those spaces, so that
I would have to have Sean answer your specific questions so that he could specifically answer you. But to the point, the Teamsters are a union locally based organization, and Sean's entire life revolves around community relations, improving people's lives, and forming the very partnerships you're speaking of. So although his Zoom is not working right now, I would like to give you the chance after this call maybe to put you in touch with Sean, and you can learn more about what they've been up to. And for everybody on the call, this is not the end of the Teamsters here. I said it the last call, they invite you, anybody on this call, to come by any single day of the week and sit down with Sean in his office, and any of these ideas you're promulgating, come sit with him. The man will listen to you, and you'll probably walk out of there creating an idea that will flourish, because that's the kind of person and that's the kind of organization they are.
Okay, I'm sorry. Can you guys hear me?
There's Sean. Sean, go ahead.
Okay. So listen, I have not worked with any of the artists in the area, but again, like Eric said, I'm not opposed to meeting with or working with anybody. LaGuardia didn't come to me. I went to LaGuardia because, again, I wanted to be a good community partner. I also reached out to a couple of high schools in the area because I believe in education and trying to, teach kids about the future and work relationships and things like that. So if you have other people that you would like for us to explore a potential relationship with, I'm open and have no problems with it.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And I will follow up. I gave Eric my email for you. So that would be great.
Yeah, listen, and I want to just stress, I'm trying to be Sean's mouthpiece here. oftentimes I'm coming in front of you with a for-profit developer and they're trying to get something, and maybe this meeting they'll try to make promises and to do something, right? That may be what you're all used to seeing. That's not Sean. The man on the phone with you is the man that's known by almost, I walk into City Hall with him, people are waving hello to him. And it's not because he donates, it's because he contributes his time, energy, and resources of all of his members to whatever they all deem is a worthy cause. So if you all got ideas, Sean is a yes man. He's an idea man. He's not an objectionist. He's not an objector.
Sure.
So that's the
Sure.
climate I'm trying to say to you. So don't feel like tonight, like you got to get whatever you get out of Sean, like you might out of a for-profit developer because he's going to go away, but rather just the opposite. I think Sean would love to see you come into his office and sit down with him tomorrow. And Sean, right? You'd say, come on by tomorrow. What time you want to be there?
So Eric, I just want to say, you know, to Kat's point, we have a very active, as you all know, we have a very active arts and culture committee at Community Board 2, and you have come to land use numerous times. And I think we've talked about the Arts and Culture Committee. So what I'd like to see is perhaps for you to talk to Kenny and Caricia, who chair that committee. And you can have you or Sean or whoever wants to go and talk about the kinds of relationships you're looking for. And they can offer you a host of possibilities.
We would love it. And that's what we said when we walked into your doors 2 years ago and sat at the table with Kenny.
Great.
We
Thank
said
you.
to Kenny, we would love to do that.
Well, we
and
haven't seen
it's still there.
anything, so it's still outstanding. And, you know, to whomever asked the question about what partnerships you have with Arts Group, you haven't been able to answer that question yet. So, you know, everyone who's
We don't have any partnership with an arts group. We'd love to have a partnership.
We have a bunch of people here who are interested and willing to be part of that
Arts and Culture
conversation.
would love to give you a whole list.
So I need to turn this over to Tom Matussis.
But I actually had two other questions that.
All right, Tom, Tom, you are next after Kat.
Okay, I'm so sorry. I did not expect for this to take so long. Okay, so I also my next question is about MWBE contractor commitments. I've said these statistics before, but Queens District 2 is 32% Hispanic, 3% Black, and 35% Asian. So that totals to 70%. So would you commit to 70% or more minority-owned businesses who are in the process of building this building?
Sean, do you have any commitment to that right now?
Sean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My phone, every time I try to unmute. Can you please repeat that?
Yeah,
Sure.
the question was in regard to MWBE construction businesses who would work on the construction of this building.
Yes, and it's 70%.
Okay, and would I have a problem with that? Absolutely not.
Well, no, but I'm asking if you would commit to 70% to reflect the demographics of the district.
Yeah, I don't see why not. I mean, listen, maybe if you don't know, I'm a minority myself, and you know, I want to have a reflection of the community and of also my workforce, because a lot of the people I represent is probably about that same ratio, about 70% minority.
Perfect. Yep. I don't know you, so that's why I'm asking. And then the third question that I had was, what kind of businesses would be tenants in this building? Is there going to be preferential rent for Woodside-based businesses, or not Woodside? I mean, I don't actually know if this is in Woodside, or if it's in Sunnyside.
It's not Woodside.
Yeah, but the specific neighborhood-based businesses, would there be preferential rent for them for the retail space, and especially those that are minority-owned? That would be great as well. Just, you know, again, making sure that it's reflecting the district.
Well, listen, in terms of the rent, I mean, I really don't have control over that. And the reason I'm saying that, it is, again, it's a pension fund. We're governed by a lot of different things. And we have to be very careful when we say, okay, we gave this person preferential treatment and we didn't do it for this person or this person. So the rent would be across the board, you know, whatever's negotiated. And I don't get involved in that. We have it subbed out to a leasing agent and they handle that stuff.
Okay, well, I guess I'm just concerned about fine, like if you don't do preferential rent, fine, but like out making sure that the people whose businesses are there do like proportionally represent the community. And I would almost even say like find a leasing agent that does that then, as opposed to just sort of saying this isn't part of my control.
Well, I'll tell you this, speaking for Sean, we'll do our best, but it would also be great if you recognize the fact that the Teamsters are suffering right now themselves, and they could barely make it meet. And this building has been vacant, and the storefronts have been open and built out for 2 years. They've been sitting empty. The members are making payments to a bank right now, and they would very, 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 very much like to be able to give to the people of Woodside and all the other communities free rent or reduced rents. But the storefronts right now are sitting vacant and they're under extreme financial duress, and that duress is being passed on right to the board, to the members. So we do appreciate the desire to create an environment that is welcoming to all businesses. They have a business itself and they are suffering alongside every other business right now, if not more, as are their members. So we are committed to doing whatever is in the best interest of the union membership and the community. And unfortunately, I don't think that means that Sean's going to reach out with a some kind of lower rent basis. It's just, I don't see it. They're a union fund, not that's charged with protecting union membership dues. And right now, the building is 3 years behind schedule, tremendous cost overruns, and running into a lot of problems of their own. So we'd like to be able to help out every single party that we can. And we'd like to bring in more inclusive people, and Sean is trying to do that. But we're asking you to also look at it from his perspective. Sean has been under a tremendous amount of duress himself. And
Thank
he's
you,
trying
Eric.
to-
Let me just move on. We have a lot of people who want to ask questions. Tom Matussis, and then Anatol, and then Stephen.
Thank you. And Eric, thank you very much for recognizing the Blissville community. I am one of the 500 residents who live in Blissville. I'm just one block south of your building. And so we certainly, as a representative of the Blissville Civic Association, would love to have further conversations with Sean about using the meeting space. We meet on a regular basis, just a few of us, and understanding that we would have to pass through your vetting. So I appreciate that. Second is, right in Blissville, we have a artist community. So again, just 2 blocks south of you. So we'd certainly like to talk about that and introduce and see if we can take advantage of your offerings regarding the current retail vacancy and any other opportunities we may have.
I am not joking. Sean will welcome you in his office. You get in touch with me through Lisa. I'll put you on an email with Sean. Make an appointment, anybody on this call, and Sean will sit down with you. And I'm sure if you all have reasonable ideas, I haven't heard Sean say no.
I think you'll find us to be extraordinarily reasonable, and I look forward to making that meeting. Both, and I'm sure I'll speak for Warren, who also sits on the board and is a member of Blissville Civic as well. We also have, and I was grateful to hear about Sean's interest in youth. We have a group in Blissville who actually works with youth upon setting goals using sports methodology. So we want to talk about that as well. My great aunt of 94, who's lived in Blissville her entire life, every time we pass your building, she mentions what retail is going to be there. She can't wait to see stores there. We live in a neighborhood void of any type of infrastructure. So anything you could bring relative to retail for the 500 residents that just reside south of you by a block, we would appreciate it so much. The Pocket Park, we are part of the 1% in New York City that has to walk greater than 10 minutes to get to any kind of green space. We appreciate the Pocket Park. Thank you. And we look forward to meeting with you. I think we want to welcome you to our neighborhood. We want to introduce you to some of our establishments. We'd love your folks to come and visit Bantry Bay, come and visit Gina's Cucina in Blissville. So we'd love to make that connection. Thank you very
You
much.
are a one-man Blissville welcoming committee. I have never met you before. Thank you. The way you speak is how Sean has been speaking about what he's been doing there, and your optimism and your thankfulness for the investment. He made a risky move, buying an old building at the corner of a rough corner, filled with traffic, filled with nobody, no street traffic, like you said. He risked millions in union memberships to take a risk on a tough corner. And thank you for recognizing that. We are extremely appreciative of that.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Eric.
sir. We look forward to
Thank
the
you,
meeting.
Thomas. Anatol and then Stephen Cooper.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation, Eric. I just wanted to get some more clarity on the meeting space slide. Is it a WeWork type situation or
No, not at all.
Okay.
Here's the deal.
Okay.
No. They're not. They are in the union business, but as a part of the union business, they have big meeting spaces because all the members have to come. But they don't use the meeting spaces all the time because it's only a meeting once or twice a month, like a community board. So what Sean has been saying to the board members since he met with all of you for years, he's been meeting. What he said is, you guys are all meeting sometimes. You meet at the senior center. Maybe it might not be available one night for a committee. My building is empty. You're welcome. We're not asking for that in exchange for the rezoning at all. We're not offering it as a quid pro quo. What we're suggesting is not just to you, but to the gentleman that just spoke from Blissville, or maybe to a vetted arts organization that has people that we've reviewed and Sean feels comfortable letting into the building off hours. Sean doesn't have a problem with opening up his home to the community so that they could use what's his when he's not using it. At his will, though. That's all I'm trying to express in all of this. Is none of this is Sean saying, yes, you can come in and use our space whenever you want, but rather let's develop a friendship.
Yeah, Eric, can I say about that? For the community board, we have open meeting rules. And so it's not just, our little committee, we need to allow the public to attend our meetings. So I just want to go on record.
No, of course.
That.
And I'm not trying to work out the details of that, but if there was a way to, what I'm trying to say to everybody who's coming up with all these ideas, if there's a path to achieve it, Sean will work with you to achieve it.
Great, thank you. Can we, Anatol, is that it?
That's it, thanks.
Okay, Stephen.
Hi, Eric. First of all, you've certainly earned your money. In fact, I think you're being underpaid. I thank you for your presentation, very complete. A couple of things that I appreciate you straightening out about the outside of the building and the artwork and so forth. I've got three questions. One, which you dealt with before at the committee, and that had to do with the balance of the area being rezoned. Could you very quickly say how big the rest of that block can be?
Well, Austin, can you pull up that slide that shows that picture's worth 1,000 words? Austin, you know that slide that has the full build out?
The one for illustrative
Yeah,
purposes?
Okay. So what this is all showing you, if you all stare in the middle, the middle where the multicolored part is where the gas station is. And that's we're building what's on the left side of the multicolored. But the multicolored on the right is the gas station site, and the portion in the back is the Best Buy site. We're proposing to rezone the entire block. For those of you who are familiar with ULURP, it will move through the rezoning process and it'll eventually end up at the city council. It is up to the councilman at that time to decide whether he would like to see, where he would like to see the district boundaries be. That's his decision to make. Right now, as part of a comprehensive land use plan, we have to set forth a full block front because it can't be spot zoning. And it really does make sense to have the whole block built out. If you look at this picture, that block kind of just blends in with the self-storage on the left and with all the buildings on the right. It's no different than any other block in the area. But if somebody was upset with it or didn't like the idea of seeing the entire block built out in the future, the councilman does have the option, and you would certainly be within your rights to go talk to the councilman about narrowing down the rezoning area to hopefully maintain the Teamsters and cut out whatever the councilman may not like, or whoever would make that request.
Just to make it clear to everybody else on the community board, the fact that you're rezoning the whole block is not your choice. You were in fact forced to do it, correct?
They correct. We're forced by common sense. We must set forth a comprehensive land use plan as a part of our rationale. So we can't just come in with one property and say we just want to do ours, because it makes sense to do the entire block. But like I'm suggesting, if there are individual thoughts, there's a political process involved that could allow that to change. But this is what we're setting forth right now.
Okay, second question, Eric, you talked about the pocket park. It's not really a pocket park. It's on the street itself, on the sidewalk, correct?
Yeah, I think, I misspoke, and I think, I forgot your name. I apologize.
It's on Teamsters property.
It's
not
on
the-
Team.
Well, it's on the sidewalk, correct?
No, it's on our property. It's not on the sidewalk, but it's not tucked between buildings.
Right, so it's going out, it's leaving 10 feet of clearance beyond it, but you're basically on the area that most people would think of as the space in front of a building, right?
It looks like a sidewalk right now because everybody's parking there, but it's actually the Teamsters private property.
Okay.
Hey, Eric, it's Jeff from PHA. It's
Hey,
an
Jeff.
old, just as a point of information, this neighborhood had a lot of old freight railroad sidings. And way back, this was one of those freight railroad sidings. If you go on some of the other blocks in the area, I think the Fauci building has something similar. So that's why you have this unique condition in this neighborhood of buildings that were set back from the street line. So it's private property that was once upon a time used by freight trains.
Okay, and the final question, Eric, I know that you're being bombarded with people asking you whether artists can come in and so forth. I've got a particular proposal. Long Island City Open has been going on for about 10 years. It has not gone on for the past year or so. My understanding is they are hoping to revive it this fall. Would you be willing to give space to Long Island City Open in the fall for display of artwork? Simple question.
I will say the same thing I've been saying to everybody on this call. Get in touch after this. Go sit down with Sean, call him up, talk to him. I'm sure Sean will work out an arrangement that everybody that has an idea will be happy with.
Because you do have vacant retail storefront space now, right?
Every single storefront in the space is vacant. They're dying right now. Anything they could do to get attention on that space, eyes on it when people drive by, he would love it.
If you could leave on the chat board the contact for Sean, so he doesn't. I assume email would be better, so he doesn't get bombarded with 400 phone calls.
If you just give me names and numbers, I'll pass everything right along to Sean, and I'm sure he'll get right back to you.
You know what? I would suggest we host our arts and culture meeting where you come and be a guest.
I don't know if me coming is there.
Not you, Eric. Sean can come.
Well, like I said, Sean's running a union, gang. Maybe, he's invited you. Everybody's come to meetings for the last 4 years. He's invited everybody every time. He said nobody's ever come over and knocked on his door. Not one person. He's invited all the artists. He's invited everybody. He said it publicly.
All
Please,
right.
guys. But he's busy. He's got people working. that he's
Eric,
trying to
there's a
support.
lot of demand. You want to have, I'm just saying, there are a lot of people on this committee who have relationships with arts and arts organizations.
And we want to meet them. We
Great.
do,
So you're
but
going to have
Sean-
either you're
Sean
going to
is
have.
coming back from a pandemic, Lisa. With all due respect, he's got thousands of people that he's got to take care of.
Eric, that
He-
sounds really great. We're asking you to come to one meeting rather than have 10 phone calls.
I'm trying to protect Sean's time. Sean, would you like to go to another meeting and sit with everybody, or would you like to invite everybody to an open house at your place?
Listen, I don't have a problem. When is the meeting, and I'll make sure either myself or one of my people at the meeting.
Great. Okay, Caricia, when's your meeting? I don't know what.
Yes,
date.
our arts. Hi, this is Carisha. I'm the co-chair of the Arts and Cultural Committee with Kenny Greenberg. Our arts and cultural meetings are always the second Tuesday of the month on Zoom. Very convenient. at 6 o'clock, and we would love to host you guys because this seems to be your target audience, is connecting with the artist organizations with all of the positive vibes that you want to have in your building supporting artists. So Sean,
that's
we
the
would love to have
11th,
you come.
right? That's May 11th at 6 or 6:30.
We're 6:30, right, Kenny?
No, you're
Oh,
6
oh,
o'clock.
sorry, 6.
So
All right,
that's
we're
May
6. We're
11th
earlier than
on
the regular
Zoom.
meeting.
May 11th
Okay.
on Zoom
Okay.
at 6 o'clock. And we
Okay,
will
so if I
send
could ask,
you, yeah.
Just to say,
that's what I was gonna.
we'll have a presentation at 6, and I think we have another presentation somewhere in the 7 range, but I think there's some space between 6:30 and 7, or
Yes.
after, you know.
Oh, you'll have to keep it tight. I haven't even gotten an agenda yet.
Oh, I emailed you the agenda at 6 o'clock.
Great. We'll let
Okay,
you
cool.
know. Sean and Eric, we will send you the invitation. Put it on your calendar for the 11th.
This Tuesday.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you. Roz.
Hi. Yeah, I think this is a fairly simple question. I work with the New York City Medical Reserve Corps, which is, we respond and back up other, the health department and so on. And it's part of the city government, I suppose. But they have a lot of trainings, and the trainings are in meeting spaces, and when they are charged quite a bit of money to rent out these spaces. Are you talking about charging or not for this space?
We're talking about working with the community, maybe a group such as yours, not charging to use a space. It doesn't mean that Sean's offering to anybody on this call to just walk in. It means that Sean is invited, like I've been saying over and over, anybody who would like to reach out to him, develop a relationship with him. If Sean feels comfortable that it's something that his organization can get behind and he could trust and let into his space, he'd be willing to do that. It doesn't mean he's trying to fill up the space 24/7 with people. He's trying to let the community board know, you as representatives of the community, that for altruistic groups such as yours, maybe not, we encourage you to reach out to Sean and talk to him and develop a friendship and a relationship.
Thank you. Roz, do you have any other questions?
No, and I'll lower my hand.
Thank you. Camille Gray.
Thanks. Good evening. Just wanted to know, what types of retail do you expect to attract, or what are you looking for the retail space?
We're trying to find all kinds of retail. We're trying to find retail that's local retail, that's going to provide a place for people to come and get something to eat, a snack, cup of coffee, provide valuable neighborhood services. There's a lot of people working in the area. There's a lot of people that might need various things for work, work clothes. There's people that need a place to go for lunch. There's people that might need a place to get their phones fixed or get phone work done while they're at lunch. So Sean's been marketing it to all of those different kinds of uses. He worked aggressively for a long time with the Queensborough President's Office at the beginning of his activities to try to find a healthcare use to come in there. He cannot attract any healthcare uses. He went around and around and around, spent years trying to find any healthcare use to come in there. They've been desperately trying to find tenancies to come in there. COVID hit in the middle of it. That messed it up even more. So the vacancy rate right now is nearly 100% vacant on the retail. So if you have ideas of as the city comes back, we'd like to.
Thank you. Is that it, Camille?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Who is Vincent's iPhone? I don't know who that is.
That's me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, Vincent, are you a community board member?
No, I'm just live in Woodside.
Oh, just wait a few minutes and we're gonna have a public testimony portion. So we're gonna close the conversation with community board members.
Okay.
Right? Are we done?
I just have one
Are there
quick
any other
question.
questions for community board members?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead, Nick.
Just to, this is something that I want to bring up with the board members during the discussion about this a little bit later, but have you done any outreach to the other folks in this, in the immediate area around the rezoning site to talk a little bit about how they feel about the rezoning and what potentially could come from changing the zoning in this particular area? I love this project. I think it's great. My only reservation is the potential effects it has on the rest of the community. And have you done any outreach on that?
Are you asking the applicant?
Yes.
We spent 4 years meeting with the councilman, the borough president, and the community board. The property that's to the right of us, I believe, is owned is now in foreclosure, I believe, and is owned by a bank. The property behind us is owned by a corporation named Best Buy. So we've done our best to speak to the locals. We've been in constant contact with Councilman Von Bramer since the day we started, and we've also been in constant contact with your board since the day we started, and we've been in constant contact with the borough president's office since the day we started. That's as much outreach as we can do. Best Buy is not really so easy to talk to, and the banks that took over the Taxi Kings property next to us, I don't think they have much interest in speaking to us.
Thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from board members? Laura, do you still have your hand up, or?
Just a suggestion. So at this time, if you're struggling to attract retail, things like bike co-ops, maker spaces, things of that nature are always looking for space. So just a suggestion.
No, and we're willing to talk. Listen, if people could pay rent and listen, they could pay the rent, we're happy to have them. So if you have ideas of novel ideas that are looking for spaces, I don't think Sean's opposed to the same thing I'm saying the whole way through. I mean, this
Eric,
is really
the question for you is, what is the price per square foot of the space?
I'm not here to market a property tonight. Sorry, I'm here for a land use process. So I'm not going to start talking about what the price per square foot is.
What do you,
I'm not here. I don't know. I'm a zoning and land use lawyer. I'm not.
Well, I mean, do you,
I don't know.
Sean is here.
No,
Are you,
it's not.
you have a general, we ask all developers
Sean
this
has
question, Eric.
Sean is not. Sean hired a real estate agent to market the property, and he said that earlier, and he's left it to the real estate agent. And I have no knowledge of asking rents on this block front, and they're not-for-profit unions, so they're not really paper to pencil the way Rock Rose might be. Their allegiance is not to making a profit. Their allegiance is to their union members.
So Eric, can we live this as you'll get back to us?
Not on their dollars. No, we won't be able to give you
Can we
dollars.
reach out to the realtor that's renting the
You
space?
could definitely reach out to Sean and set up a meeting with the realtor. Yeah, but I can't put back in writing what the ask per square foot is. I'm not a real
What do
estate.
you I'm just asking what you're currently asking. You're obviously seeking.
I don't,
lease
Sean,
that
do you
space.
know what the ask is right now, Sean? Are you familiar with your asking, right? Sean's been you there, Sean?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was trying to get off mute again. No, I don't know what the asking price is right now, but tomorrow, if you want to reach out, I can put you in touch with Alex James, and he can discuss all of that with you.
Yeah, I'll give you I'll give you the board's contact, and if he can reach out to us, that would be great.
Okay.
Okay, we'll do that. I'd like to know, why can't you guys get back to us?
Because I'm hesitant to put anything in. The reason why, Lisa, is not because we don't want to, because everything we do is public record, and I have no desire to put out in public what the asking rent is for somebody else's property that I don't know. So it's better to come from a real estate person who's charged with that ask, and let them put in writing what their ask is. They're the ones that have been hired to do the job, and they're the professionals, and they know the answer.
every developer, and I don't want to belabor this because we have a lot on our plate tonight. Every developer that comes to this community board is asked this question: what is the price point for your retail space?
Yeah, I just can't give it to you. I'm going to get it to you from the real estate agent.
Okay,
But
great. Then you'll
think-
get it from the real estate
Yeah.
agent and let us know.
Yeah.
Thank you. I greatly appreciate that.
Yeah.
Okay. So,
Thank you.
okay. All right, we're going to close the community board portion of this discussion, and we're going to turn it over to public testimony. So Vincent, and it's Q&A as well from the public. So Vincent, I'm going to turn it over to you, and Anatol or Maury, if there's anybody else signed up, please let me know.
Yes, I got into the meeting late. I just got one question. Are they going to use union labor construction for the project?
We're going to have to wait while Sean mutes and unmutes himself.
Yes.
Yes.
So you're using 100% union construction labor?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's all.
Okay. Comment?
And that's everyone for the public comment portion of this.
Okay, great. I guess is there any, I guess we'll close this part of the hearing for the ULURP application for 4818 Van Dam Street. Thank you all for the presentation tonight, and we look forward to seeing you at our land use meeting on the 11th and hearing from you about the price per square foot on the retail space.
Yeah, we'll get a letter back from the broker for you for that. And just, I just looked at my calendar. I'm scheduled to be in a ULURP hearing that evening. So Sean might be at that meeting with you on the 11th about the artwork without me. So, no disrespect in advance. Sorry, I have a pre-scheduled meeting at Community Board 9 in Manhattan. So
that's okay. We're not going to bite. Nobody,
I know that. I know you guys a long time, and I can't stress it enough. We want to work with the artists. So please don't let this ULURP process feel like it's a door closing. It's not. It's a door opening.
Great.
Okay.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you very much for your.
Thank you. And you guys will send Eric that information about the meeting on Tuesday night, though, correct?
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. All right.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, great. It's 8:26. We're going to move along now to a ULURP application from the Department of City Planning that's entitled Elevate Transit Zoning Text Amendment. This is about accessibility improvements for transit in New York City. So we heard this at the Land Use Committee. It's pretty interesting. So I'm going to turn it over to Teal. Teal, is anyone here with you?
Yes, Sarit Plotkin will share their presentation, and Howard Levine from MTA is also here to both to present and answer questions.
Great.
Yeah, so if you could give me access to share my screen, that would be great.
Okay, one moment. Okay, you have sharing privileges.
All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Teal. I'm from the Queen's Office of City Planning. As I mentioned, I'm here with Howard Levine from MTA, and we're here to discuss a new text amendment, zoning for accessibility. And I'll turn over the presentation to Howard to kick off with a broader project overview, and then I'll dive into the zoning.
Thanks, Teal. Good evening, everyone. Nice to see some of you again. We were at the Land Use Committee a few weeks ago. As Teal mentioned, I'm Howie Levine. I'm here from the MTA New York City Transit to talk about this proposal. So to start with just a broad overview of what zoning for accessibility is, it's a zoning text amendment that we've been working together with DCP on that's going to allow the MTA to work more efficiently and effectively with private developers to help us achieve system-wide accessibility much more quickly at accessible stations at all of the MTA stations being accessible. So the proposal includes two mechanisms. The first is a system-wide transit easement requirement, and the second is an expanded transit improvement bonus in high density areas. And we'll get into both of those into more detail. Next slide. So as most of you know, our MTA system is quite old. Most of our stations were built before 1950 without vertical accessibility in mind. We've made a lot of progress since the stations were constructed, but we still have a long way to go. Right now, 136 out of our 493 subway and SIR stations are currently accessible, which is about 28% of the system. Doing a little better within the city limits on our commuter rail systems, 25 out of 39 stations accessible. And just a note, when we're talking about accessible stations, generally an accessible station in our system has a variety of features to make them readily accessible and available and usable by individuals with a broad range of disabilities. With the zoning for accessibility proposal, we are focused on vertical accessibility as one of the most complex things we have to do to retrofit our stations to make them accessible. Just want to put that out there up front. Next slide, please. So to talk about it in more detail, there's a number of communities that would really benefit from system-wide accessibility. People with mobility disabilities, parents with young children, our growing senior population, people with temporary injuries, and really anyone who would benefit from an elevator instead of stairs. And for these communities in particular, a subway ride that should take a few minutes and many of us take for granted can often take hours and be very circuitous, or end up being a subway ride, an errand, a visit that just never ends up happening due to this inconvenience. And so we really want to make our way to an accessible system as quickly as we can. Next slide, please. To put an even finer point on it, in Queens, of the 2.3 million Queens residents, we have over 130,000 people with an ambulatory disability. We have 150,000 children under the age of 5 who are using strollers and traveling with their caregivers. And then we have 340,000 residents who are over the age of 65. And that's a section of our population that's only continuing to grow. Recently, it's been growing at twice the rate of overall population growth in the city and in Queens particularly. So we are, this is only a problem that is getting more important for us to work towards solving across the city. And so with that in mind, our most recent MTA capital plan made a historic investment in accessibility, dedicating over $5 billion to making 77 different stations accessible, with the ultimate goal that when the capital plan was completed, no subway rider would be more than 2 stations away from an accessible station. And in this plan, there are a number of stations in Community Board 2 that have been designated for becoming accessible, includes Court Square on the ENM, 33rd Street and 46th Street on the 7 train, as well as Northern Boulevard on the Queens Boulevard line, and Queensboro Plaza, which will be moving forward this year, which was actually added to a past capital plan, but is with the announcement of the new one. So just wanted to put that out there. Next slide. So even with our historic funding commitment, constructing elevators and making our stations accessible is extremely challenging. There's a whole laundry list of reasons that it becomes very complicated. I'll focus on a few, which is just narrow platforms, narrow sidewalks, particularly on our elevated stations where there's limited clearance between the stations and the buildings themselves, where there's just sometimes not actually room to put an elevator on the sidewalk. And lastly, on the bottom picture, just our underground infrastructure. Whenever we are building elevators and we're digging through the sidewalk, we're always relocating utilities, sometimes for blocks on either side of the elevator shaft. It's very costly, it's very inconvenient, and it can add a lot of time, a lot of cost, and a lot of hassle to these projects, because sometimes we open up the sidewalk, we know we're going to be relocating certain utilities, and then there's new utilities we are not expecting. And so that's another problem that we're hoping to address with this proposal. Next slide. So with that, I will, actually, Teal, would you like me to keep going, or would you like to take it from here?
Oh, I can pick it up from here. Thank you.
Great. So I'll turn it over to Teal to talk a little bit more about the zoning provisions currently?
And so currently there are easement provisions and transit bonus mechanisms in the existing zoning regulations, and these would be expanded through the text amendment. Easements include a requirement that station adjacent sites provide a space for future station access, but these exist in very limited areas in the city, which has resulted in missed opportunities for MTA to locate ADA access. And transit bonus mechanisms include an incentive program that grants bonus floor area for significant station improvements. And these are also available in very limited locations at station adjacent sites in the highest density areas of the city. And also the current application process adds a lot of time and risk to the development schedule, which makes the applications for transit bonus mechanisms not very common. Next slide, please. And so zoning for accessibility, which is a citywide proposal, means to expand zoning tools to create more opportunities for accessibility throughout the transit system. Next slide. In Community District 2, the easement requirement would apply to all stations except for the 7 train stations at 33rd Street, 40th Street, and 46th Street. These stations are not included because they're located on the 7 train viaduct in the middle of Queens Boulevard, which is a very wide 20-foot street. And since Queens Boulevard is so wide, the properties on either side of the road are not captured by what would be a 50-foot easement area. But as Howie mentioned, the 33rd Street and 46th Street stations are included in the MTA's 2020 to 2024 capital improvement plan. And then the transit bonus areas would include Court Square, Queensboro Plaza, Queens Plaza, and the Long Island City LIRR station. Next slide. The photos on this slide show current examples of accessible stations in Community District 2. And so one example is the Woodside and 61st Street station, which is an elevated station with an elevator. And the other photo shows the Queens Plaza station, which is an underground station with an elevator. Next slide, please. The first component of this proposal is a system-wide easement, which would address some of the previously discussed concerns with the existing zoning tools. The easement would be applicable on sites that are at least 5,000 square feet in area and are located within 50 feet of mass transit stations. The easement requirement on these sites would be triggered by the developer choosing to redevelop or enlarge their site. The easement could vary in shape and size depending on the needs of the individual station. So an elevator may take up several floors of a building depending on the elevation of the station, or a new station entrance might require staircase, elevator, and turnstiles, which would require a larger easement volume. The easement may also become a substation, which is another example of an easement that would require a larger volume. Next slide. And so an example of a station in Community District 2 that is not ADA accessible is the underground station at Vernon Boulevard and Jackson Avenue, which serves the 7 train. Developers of property near this station, such as the parking lot behind the station entrance, may need to provide an easement should they choose to redevelop. And next slide. Now we'll take a look at the easement certification process from start to finish. And so the first thing that happens is that when a site within 50 feet of a subway station files building plans with the Department of Buildings, DOB would flag it and the developer would need to file an application for an easement with the MTA and the chair of the City Planning Commission to determine whether or not an easement is needed. Within a maximum of 60 days, the MTA and City Planning would make the determination and get back to the developer. It's important to note here that MTA will only select sites with the most optimal conditions for easements, meaning that the majority of sites would not likely require an easement. If the MTA selects the site for the easement, the developer would work with MTA and the CPC to determine the easement type and dimensions. This is when the appropriate zoning relief would be agreed upon. The developer would then submit a site plan for approval and certification by the MTA and City Planning, who would need to approve or certify it within 45 days and notify DOB of the results. At that point, it's up to the developer to build out their building with a void for the easement, and it's up to MTA after that to implement the connection of the easement to the station. Next slide, please. To make sure that no loss of development rights or design flexibility results from an easement being installed, zoning relief can mitigate concerns related to floor area, height and setback, parking regulations, use, and streetscape. Next slide. So to ensure that no floor area is lost, easements would be excluded from being counted as zoning floor area. Easements could be considered permitted obstructions or structures that may be located in a required yard or penetrate a height limit. And there could be an increase in maximum lot coverage in certain districts, which regulates the amount of open space needed on a site. Next slide. For height and setback flexibility, sites that provide an easement would be able to increase their maximum height by 10 feet in all districts. In our 7 districts and above, maximum heights would be increased by 20 feet for developments that provide an above grade easement. And street wall flexibility would also be provided within 15 feet of an easement area to provide greater flexibility in articulating street walls around the volume. Next slide. Relief would also be provided to minimize potential conflict between the easement area and the space needed for required parking. A deduction of 15 parking spaces would apply to all developments and enlargements. Also, waivers would apply to smaller sites, which often have more difficult site conditions so that parking requirements are lowered or waived altogether. Next slide. In some instances where an easement may not be improved immediately with the new station entrance, and such volume could be left vacant for some time, temporary uses could activate these spaces between the time of construction of the building by the developer and the time when the MTA implements the easement. And so the uses could be commercial, community facility, or lobby space. And commercial spaces would also be allowed within 30 feet of an easement in residential districts, which would help activate spaces around future station entrances. Next slide. Easement areas would be excluded from general streetscape and planting requirements to prevent conflicts with station design requirements. And to ensure pedestrian safety, curb cuts are not allowed to locate within 30 feet of an easement. Next slide. And so now I'll talk about the transit bonus part of the text amendment. The second component of the proposal is an expanded transit bonus program. In the zoning resolution today, existing transit bonus mechanisms support the creation of transit improvements, which include ADA access in the highest density commercial districts in the city. The program has limited applicability and a lengthy review process, so only a handful of station improvements have been provided through this tool up to date. Transit improvements have been made to the Court Square and the Court Square 23rd Street stations through regulations in the zoning resolution for the Court Square subdistrict. And the subdistrict is a part of the Special Long Island City Mixed Use District. This subdistrict contains regulations that are actually not a part of the transit bonus program, but do have mandated subway improvements upon development of certain lots in blocks 1, 2, and 3, as just shown on the map on the screen. And some of these lots can be built to a maximum FAR of 15 for providing the mandated subway improvements. Moving forward though, the proposed transit bonus would not apply to these specific blocks, but the transit easement would. Next slide. In Community District 2, the transit bonus would include Queensboro Plaza, Queens Plaza, the LIRR Long Island City Station, and parts of Court Square. And so the proposed transit bonus program would continue to grant a floor area bonus of up to 20% of the maximum floor area ratio for developments and enlargements that construct station improvements, as well as expand the geography of areas where a transit bonus may be used. Such floor area bonus would be subject to a simplified discretionary review and approval process, which would come in the form of an authorization by the City Planning Commission. Next slide. The proposed bonus would expand the geography to all R9 and R10 districts in the city, as well as their commercial equivalent in M16 districts. The new transit bonus would also allow sites that are within 500 feet of a station to participate in the program. In exchange for an offsite improvement, that would be construction at a station that is not immediately adjacent to the site. Within central business districts, such offsite improvements may be provided within a distance of 1,500 feet from the development site. Next slide. To receive up to a 20% bonus floor area, the owner of the development site must construct significant station improvements where ADA upgrades would be prioritized. Beyond elevators, construction may include station entrances, mezzanine expansion, and platform upgrades, as well as additional signage and lighting. It's important to note that the amount of floor area bonus granted relates to the degree to which the proposed improvements enhance the station, which will vary depending on the station need and its unique conditions. I'll also highlight that the additional floor area generated from the bonus can only be occupied once the MTA determines that the improvements are complete and usable by the public. Next slide. And so for the authorization process, the applicant for the transit bonus would go through an authorization process in which they file an application with the Department of City Planning and then go through a modified ULURP process for approval, where their proposal would need to meet the findings of the authorization. This modified ULURP process includes referral to the community board and the borough president. And after community board and borough president review, the City Planning Commission would vote, but they would not hold a public hearing, and the authorization is not voted on by the City Council. And so this process does maintain the referral to the community board, as I mentioned, but it cuts out some of the later processes in ULURP. Next slide, please. And in summary, Zoning for Accessibility proposes a zoning text amendment to establish 2 new ways to facilitate ADA access and transit station improvements associated with new developments on sites near transit. Within 50 feet of mass transit stations and in applicable zoning districts, developers would be required to consult with the MTA about providing an easement. Where MTA and the City Plan Commission determined that easements are needed, targeted zoning relief would be provided to ensure development rights and design flexibility can be maintained. And then the second component is the expanded transit bonus mechanism that would continue to grant a floor area bonus of up to 20% of the maximum floor area ratio for developments constructing station improvements. And the areas of applicability would be expanded to new high density locations across the city at increased distance from stations, and the process for review would be streamlined. This concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Teal, I have one question before we take questions, which is about the process. So can you go back to the slide with the process? No, yeah, the next.
The
one.
authorization?
No. Actually, that one, transit authorization. Yeah. So you've already negotiated with the developer through discussions with them about an easement, right? It's already cooked. So the community board in this case, I can't even imagine how community board or the borough president without the city council involvement could say no. I mean, you're saying the mayor could veto, but it just seems a little, I don't know, a little off by excluding the city council. What's the rationale for excluding the city council in that?
I can take that, Chair. So two pieces of it, if we want to go back to this slide. So first, this is for the bonus. This is separate from the previous process slide that was talking about the easement proposal. So just in terms of what state it's going to be in, there's not going to be that full negotiation process that was laid out previously. That's not necessarily going to be the case before we're coming to the community board, just to clarify that. Secondly, the reason the city council is being taken out of this process and this process being simplified a bit is because this transit bonus provision has been in the zoning code across the city for over 4 decades. And it's such a long process, a full ULURP process whenever a developer wants to use it, that we've seen very few developers ever use it. Less than a dozen stations have ever benefited from this provision, even though it's been around for over 40 years. And so by simplifying that process, we've heard a number of times that process is part of the reason developers building really close to our stations don't talk to us about this zoning bonus and don't go through with it. And so as part of this process, simplifying the process is a really important factor to help us achieve more of these transit improvements throughout the city through the bonus provision.
Yeah.
And I would just, add to that the easement process is much more simplified, which Teal presented on previously. So with the easement process, which Teal presented, this, you know, this is a certification. So it, you know, it goes to the MTA and City Planning Commission for 60 days to decide if an easement's needed. Then it's in the developer's court to put together a site plan and design the easement and the building. And then it comes back to the MTA and City Planning for 45 days. That is the extent of the process. It is separate from ULURP. It's a certification. It's much more streamlined.
Right. Yeah, except that you did say that the easement, the building can't get their certificate of occupancy unless the transit improvement is completed. Is that correct?
That's for the bonus.
That's for the
That's for the bonus. Okay. So let's go back to on the easement, they could have an easement for storefront, right? Where it's they have the easement, but it's never occupied, right? They never build it out, but they
well, we don't assume that it would never
No.
get built out,
Yeah.
but until it's built out, there is the alternative ways to activate the space with commercial use or lobby space.
Right.
Yeah, Chair,
Okay.
the plan would be that, you know, whenever we're getting these applications, you know, we're going to be, you know, if we have a space that's, you know, the best place is going to be in their building for the elevator to make that station accessible. That's, you know, one of the only easements we're probably going to take around the station unless there's some real other need regarding circulation improvements, a separate entrance because the station's too crowded, or something like that. We're not anticipating that there's going to be many easements. It's really going to be where we take an easement, we're planning to use it.
Right. Right. If there's money in the capital plan to use it, right?
The MTA will be building out the improvements in those stations with our capital plan funding, correct?
Right. Okay. I'll Frank and then Sheila.
Yeah, I was gonna ask. I know that there have been privately owned elevators across other areas in our district, right? And some of these private elevators have had a lot of outage issues, like they've been out for 167 days, and the MTA has said, "Well, look, it's not ours; it's privately owned." So I know for like Northern Boulevard, I think that Durst building, they have an incentive because it's a rental building, right? So I would hope that they would want to maintain that elevator and it would work. But in the case of Court Square, like with Skyline, that's a large condo building. Once the developer sells out the units, who's actually going to be owning the maintenance of the elevator to make sure it's always going to be working?
Sure, I can take that. And Sri, if you want to go, I think we have an appendix slide on this topic. But in general, I'll answer that question, but just bear with me for a second. So in general, we expect most of the elevators created by zoning for accessibility, particularly through the easement mechanism, almost all of those we expect will be built by the MTA, and as a result, they'll be maintained by the MTA. There won't be a private maintenance agreement because the MTA will be building those elevators. If elevators are built through the bonus mechanism, most of those, say a building is 500 feet away from the station, they're building an elevator either completely within the station or on the sidewalk. They would build that, and then they would enter into a maintenance buyout agreement, which is an agreement we use already, where they would essentially pay for the maintenance up front for that elevator for the rest of its useful life, and including in that would be capital replacement costs for that elevator at the end of its useful life. And so that's the agreement.
And that's a different program than what's in place today. Then you're forcing them to pay upfront for the maintenance dollars and have a legally enforced.
It's a program that does exist today, but it's much more limited because for the zoning bonus as it exists right now, you do have to be adjacent to the station. And so in most cases, the elevators are within the building footprint. What was that, Chair? Are within the building footprint of the developer's building. And in those cases, even under the existing proposal, under those cases, the developer will maintain those elevators if they build them and it's within their building footprint. And so part of this that is not unfortunately in place with all of our past privately maintained elevators, we have a binding legal agreement that's been significantly strengthened over the years. And so there's a number of provisions in that they need to meet. They need to meet or exceed MTA reliability standards, which are currently 96.5%. They need to provide funding similarly to if the maintenance bonding agreement to replace the elevator at its useful life. They need to respond to any elevator outage within 2 hours of being notified that it is out. And if they don't, there's another provision that allows the MTA to call their repair service if they have not within 2 hours to make sure it's taken care of. And then of course, lastly, all of these elevators are remotely monitored by the MTA.
Cool, thank you.
Lisa, can I go?
Yeah.
Hi, Sheila Lewandowski. I am co-chair of the Transportation Committee, and I put that out front first to say shame on you, MTA, for not actually coming to the Transportation Committee as well with this presentation. This is a transportation issue as well as a land use issue. And that being said, I have a bunch of questions. So the
Sheila, if I could just say up front that I think we left it up to the board which committee we'd present to. I don't think that was a decision we made.
Okay, well, you still should have come.
Sorry, Sheila, I should have invited you too.
Okay, well, thank you. Then I'll shift that shame, but I was disappointed. Because I have lots of transportation questions that could have happened in committee, and I think my committee would have had a lot of questions as well. I see one of my, so the operations is a huge issue. I mean, as it is now, I know that there are issues with the elevators going out. I mean, that the MTA runs. So why is it that this is more about letting them build them than letting them operate them? Does that make sense?
When you say they, who do you mean?
The developer. So the developer can get bonuses based on providing an easement, but not necessarily for them to fully build it out, correct?
So there's no bonus with an easement. With an easement, you set aside the space, and then the MTA comes and builds an elevator or other improvement later, but the MTA would be doing that.
Okay.
And then with the bonus provision, that's where the developer would be building out the elevator or other improvement themselves simultaneously with the development of their building.
Okay, great. Maybe I'll focus some of my questions on when they build it, because we had a lot of problems with the building of the elevator at the Skyline Tower, tremendous amount of problems. We had everything from, they didn't come to the community based on location. They disrupted the street and we had little notification. There was the issue of unsafe labor conditions when the flood almost took the person in front of an oncoming train. And so what is the oversight for when the developer does build the train station, by the MTA and by the city?
Sure. So to be honest, would have to get back to you on exactly what that oversight looks like. I don't know offhand, but I imagine it is similar to existing building codes, and then further strengthened with the MTA oversight, but I would need to get back to you on that.
Okay. Since the, okay, so that was that. And coming back to the issue of community engagement and community involvement, I mean, the other questions that came up in that case was we were never consulted on where the location would be, where the entrance would be. I have questions about what is the accessibility once an elevator is built if a private developer is doing it. Are they required to have 24-hour access like in most other subway stations?
Yeah, so when any entrance agreement that we enter into as part of zoning for accessibility and any even independent of zoning for accessibility, the only access if the subway station is open, so all the time with the exception of the last few months during this pandemic, essentially, the only reason they can only shut down an elevator or a privately maintained station entrance with the MTA's permission. And generally that is just for regular maintenance and there's not really anything else and any other reason we would allow it. But it has to be approved by the MTA. There's no unilateral closing of a station entrance by a private developer.
Great. So just a couple more. So you say that there's the opportunity in that case for possibility of 10 feet of height for give back on the site. Is that for the full site, even if the footprint of the elevator is small?
No, is the simple answer. You were exactly correct that the 10 feet is allowed, but not automatic. It's only if there is, say the 100 square feet that's being used by the easement you're allowed to take that 100 square feet and put it, if you need to, on top of the building within, 10 feet higher than would otherwise be allowed. So you can use all that developable floor area, excuse me.
Right, because what that diagram you showed, there's this easement, but then they did a whole floor in the diagram. So that's part of why I'm asking.
Yeah, and I might hypothesize that, it also then the easement goes below and underground in this case, so it's bigger than it appears.
How do you define the central business district?
That I will leave to DCP.
So I'd have to look up a map to say like exactly where the boundaries of the central business district are, but in reference to the transit bonus, it's the stations that land inside of that area. And then that 1,500 foot is radiates out from the station.
The reason I ask is because the Vernon-Jackson station that desperately needs an elevator is not within the purple outline of Queens Plaza. And yet it is within the bid. So that's part of why I'm asking for the definition of the central business district.
Okay, I'll look up and find a map to send to you, Sheila.
Right, because it would be good to make sure that that site had access to both of this. And I'll let go of my time. I do want to come back. I think putting no community input on location or access until after it's a done deal, as our chair Lisa Deller said, is not acceptable to me.
Laura. Thank you, Sheila.
Okay, I have two questions. First is your map here has C inset at 52nd Street. Did you show us that inset?
The inset was just showing like what a 50-foot easement would look like, and so that can be seen as on one of the other maps.
Okay, and
this would be an example of the inset.
Okay, thank you. And secondly, when we saw this at land use, we brought up expanding this process to incorporate other forms of accessibility, like bathrooms, secure bike parking, other things like that. I mean, the vertical accessibility is a no-brainer. Obviously, we need elevators and escalators. But has there been any discussion citywide of incorporating this?
So the text does not, as you mentioned, focuses on vertical accessibility as, a no-brainer. And that is, kind of the thrust of this proposal is on accessibility and circulation improvements. But in general, the text is a little more broad than that and does not preclude any of those benefits that you've mentioned here, but they're not, the thrust and the focus of the proposal.
Okay, yeah, just bringing that up again, because that's a dire need in this area.
Yeah, we appreciate that, kind of accessibility is the biggest need right now and we can't get there fast enough. But also with the text, we want to, plan for a future where hopefully we do get there and there may be other improvements that, maybe we're not even thinking about right now in mobility and, things like that, that they could really be integrated with these bonuses and easements.
Yeah, like a good example would be the Woodside station where there is an elevator, but it's often out of service. And a big reason for that is there's no bathroom, so people pee in it and then it shorts out. That's been an issue for years.
Thank you, Laura.
Thanks.
Christine?
Yes, hi. Thank you for the presentation. I want to go back to something that I know we discussed when you came to the committee, but I think it's worth the full board's consideration. With that, I think we support the intention of the of the text amendment, but really wish that the application were broader because it only applies to very few, to very limited areas within CB2, and yet within CB2, there are a lot of stations along transit corridors where there's a great deal of development interest and development pressure. and a need for accessibility. And so if it was possible to negotiate with developers to bonus them for many types of improvement in transit, that would be both to the benefit of transit and a justification for some of the height increases that these developers are seeking. So I don't know, I'm curious if there's been discussion about broader applicability, or why. I think you mentioned, or somebody mentioned in our discussion, that the reason for limiting it to the very high density, only to the very high density districts, is that the thought was that those developers of very large buildings are the ones that have the money, essentially. But if the bonus provisions can really provide partial funding for needed improvements, why would you not want to also take advantage of the more mid-rise zones where there is development pressure?
So I can answer that. So just to start off, I would say that the easement provision covers almost every transit station in CB2 and in the city. It's 94% of transit stations in the city. Kind of the unique exceptions of the 7 viaduct stations that are, the roadway is so wide that there's no zoning lot actually within 50 feet of the station. And so we are really excited about bringing that framework across the city, and will help us build out accessibility much more quickly, much more easily, and better integrated into the station and the streetscape. With the bonus provision, that is limited to R9, R10, or their equivalents, the densest zoning in the city. And part of that is because we wanted to keep it to a 20% bonus, which is kind of the standard DCP bonus amount. And of course, it's also not an automatic 20%, it's up to 20% depending on the size and scope of the improvement they're making to the station. And if we were to bring that to lower density areas, mid-rise areas, a 20% bonus is not necessarily going to cover, unfortunately, expensive MTA subway elevator or similar full station entrance, because we're looking here and talking about the definition of a significant station improvement. It's things like a full new entrance, a new elevator, and things of that nature. And so that's generally was the thought. We didn't want mid-rise buildings also trying to apply for larger bonuses and just to help afford those improvements, and kind of having a community board needing to choose between an out of pretty large scale development that's 30%, 40% taller than would otherwise be allowed, and transit accessibility.
But I believe you said at the last meeting that in fact they could, the funding provided through the bonus provision, in other words, what the developer would contribute, wouldn't necessarily have to cover the full cost of the improvement. So we have an application right now at 61st Street, a site adjacent to 61st Street. They're looking to increase the height and bulk substantially. Even if that increase didn't cover the full improvements to the station, if it covered part of them, there would be much more logic to the bonus that they're asking for, and the city would be getting, we would all be getting something out of it. So I don't really follow that logic.
So I guess I'd say 2 things to that, Christine. One, whenever there's a specific, development site that needs specific approval near transit, we're always happy to have transit improvements included in those. And then secondly, I think, there's no kind of cash or money being exchanged hands as part of the bonus or the easement here. It really is just, the zoning relief in the case of the easement to try and kind of offset the space the easement's taking up. And in the bonus, it's, the bonus is trying to offset the cost of building the actual improvement. And in some cases, it wouldn't make a station, for example, it wouldn't cover full accessibility. It would be only one elevator. And of course, we are exploring ways, and Court Square is a good example of an elevator that with just one elevator, we make one of the platforms fully accessible. But in some cases that won't be possible. It will just be a street to mezzanine elevator or a mezzanine to platform elevator. And so it's possible that it wouldn't make a station fully accessible with the 20% bonus from one building. But we're not, under this framework as it's laid out, they'll give us the cash for half of an elevator and hope that someone else brings, funding elsewhere, from another development site. It's just a little more complicated and something that this proposal is not exploring right now.
But just to follow up on what Christine said, it doesn't, like, if the city has, well, so the city has an obligation to make all, to make, I would say, all of the stations accessible, right? Taken from a person who's aging quickly. And, and that's not being done. And so you're, seeking to use development, development pressure and to like enable developers to build more, better, higher, bigger, so as to supplement the cost of making transit improvements for accessibility. I mean, it like, do you have an estimate of the percentage of cost for, I don't know if there's any kind of typical improvement, but like if it's not going to pay for 100% of the improvement, and it's going to have to go into the capital budget anyway, like what's the minimal amount you would accept to give someone the improvement?
So generally there are some, I think there's some more specific details laid out in the text of findings that need to be associated with the, quote, significant station improvement, but as laid out, we're talking a full subway staircase, a full elevator. It may not be, in many of our stations, as I listed kind of on one of the slides at the beginning, we need multiple elevators to make a station fully accessible. But we're not going to say no to a developer who says, I can do 2 of those with a 20% bonus. And we'll come back with the third. So the station may be accessible in one direction, and through the capital plan, we need to make the other platform accessible. Or there may be another developer in the area who wants a bonus, and they'll be able to do that at a later time. But generally, it has to be a significant station improvement. And where we can, we'd like a developer to make the station fully accessible in one go. That would be the ideal. But every elevator that someone else builds makes the MTA funding easier to find, makes our construction process quicker, and gets us closer to accessibility, even if it's not immediate.
So are you saying that even if it's only one elevator or one, yeah, I mean, I guess you're really only talking about elevators here, that it has to be a project which makes sense to stand on its own, that could be funded and built on its own? In other words, that it wouldn't be part of a larger MTA improvement. So even if it might make sense to build out, elevators on each side, it still makes sense to build one of them logically.
Yeah, exactly.
But I mean, so could you extend that to say where it might make sense to build a bathroom, or or a couple of handicapped accessible bathrooms, which is a much more modest project from a budgetary point of view? I don't know. I guess it's just very frustrating to be on, to be in Queens, where there are these, several of these transit corridors with mid-rise, zoning along them, and not to be able to use this kind of logic to get some of these badly needed improvements built.
To, I guess, respond to the first point you were making, with these improvements, if a station is not accessible, with the bonus or easement improvement, vertical accessibility needs to be the first improvement made. It can be made in concert with other improvements like a staircase or a bathroom, but the accessibility component needs to be included as the initial either bonus improvement or easement space that's set aside for future improvements.
Okay. All right, I understand.
Yeah, it doesn't sound like this is going to accomplish any real transportation improvements quickly in our neighborhood, even though there might be development sites that could be utilized. So the idea for this community board district that's really overburdened with development is that all the developers would contribute to a fund for accessibility improvement. But obviously that's not part of this.
Sure, I would say that actually we expect to see this, development in New York is completely unpredictable and, the world is unpredictable, but we expect we're going to see lots of benefits from this proposal. Otherwise we wouldn't be, I wouldn't be at a community board meeting every night for the last 3 weeks and, we wouldn't be doing this. So we expect to see a number of improvements coming from this. It might not be every building, it might not be, every station, but as I said, kind of any elevator that's built out, any dedicated space that means we don't need to relocate utilities as part of our construction process to make a station accessible is a significant win. It's hugely costly, takes a lot of time and effort, and I think we really expect to see this, including in community board 2, once if this passes.
Thank you. Any other questions from community board members? Anatole, is there there's no one signed up for public comment. Yeah, is there anyone from the public that would like to speak on this matter? You can communicate in the chat. Well, hearing no one else that wants to speak on this, we will adjourn this presentation. Thank you all for coming. We appreciate your multiple attendance at our committees. And yeah, I guess Sheila, when's your next transportation committee?
June, I can't remember the date.
Is it before our next full board?
Yes,
meeting?
it usually is.
Yes,
Yep.
June 1st.
June 1st. Well, if the transportation committee wants to weigh in or invite
You are
these
invited,
presenters.
MTA City Planning.
Okay. Thank you. To be continued.
Thank you.
Thanks. Great. Okay. Well, that was pretty efficient. Thank you all. Debbie, we're going to take attendance.
Okay, Nick,
Hello, everybody. Amparo Abelbay,
Present.
Sarina Andres,
Here.
Anatol Ashraf,
Yeah.
Karisha Batan,
Here.
Nick Berkowitz is here, Sandra Begichka,
absent.
Kat Bloomfield,
Here.
Danielle Brecker,
Sorry. Danielle Brecker.
Present.
Thank you.
Johanna Carmona,
Here.
Gianna Sorbonne,
Absent.
Tanya Chavez,
She's excused. She had a family emergency, Debbie.
Got it.
Osman Chowdhury,
Yes.
Steve Cooper,
Present.
Warren Davis,
Present.
Jake DeGroot,
Here.
Lisa Deller is here,
Yeah.
Sally Frank, she just stepped out, Maury Gallinoy,
Present.
William Garrett,
Here.
Somnath Gimri,
Excused.
Dr. Rosamond Giannutsos,
Here.
Camille Gray,
Here.
Kenneth Greenberg,
Here.
Benjamin Gutman,
Here.
Christine Hunter,
Present.
Mohammed Chowdhury Jewel,
Absent.
Badran Khan,
I'm here, Nick.
Jordan Levine,
Here.
Sheila Lewandowski,
Yes, sir.
Dominic Lapolis,
Absent.
Kristen McGowan,
I'm here.
Taina McShane,
Here.
Thomas Matusas,
Thank you, President.
Clara Oza,
I'm here.
Bianca Ozeri,
Here.
Elliot Park,
I don't see him. Elliot Park? Absent.
Carla Perez, Stephen
Absent.
Raga,
Here.
Selena Romero,
Absent.
Catherine Sabal,
Here.
Norberto Saldana,
Yeah.
Regina Shanley,
Absent.
Laura Shepard,
Here.
Lauren Springer,
Here.
Mary Torres,
She's definitely,
Mary.
she's absent.
Anthony Tudela,
Hello, all. I'm here.
Hi.
Don Vaitunis,
Here.
Adrian Virilli,
Here.
Julie Wan,
Present.
Frank Wu.
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you, Nick. Approval of the minutes. Did anybody read the minutes? Does
Yeah,
Somebody want to,
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes.
somebody want a second?
I'll second.
Thank you. Is anybody opposed to approving the minutes? I'll take that as the minutes are
Unanimous.
approved.
Unanimously.
The next item is the chairperson's report. That's thank you all for your patience. You know, these 3 ULURP applications are just, you know, moving side by side. They all have the same time frame. Our June meeting is, we're going to have to vote on all 3. That's 6204, the accessibility and the Teamsters. So if you have questions, comments, thoughts, share them at the committee, share them with me. And we're going to have to, you know, we're going to move to vote at the June meeting. So for those of you who are not familiar with how ULURP works, we have 60 days from the date that an application is certified. That was April 5th. So we have 60 days from April 5th. So we have to vote at our June meeting on the 3rd. And then our votes go to the borough president, who then has a public hearing. So that's the time frame. It's a lot, but there's nothing on the heels of this. So we will reconvene on the ULURP cycle. Actually, there are a lot of things on the heel of this. I am forgetting. There are 3 other city planning text amendments that come on the heels of this. One is the hotel text amendment, which I heard a preview of that, and Thomas and Sheila also went to a preview of the hotel text amendment, which in my opinion doesn't really benefit this community board, and Thomas has a lot to say about that. But we will defer that conversation maybe to the next meeting. And there's a text amendment around physical culture establishments, which I think Teal will talk further about in her report. And Teal, what was the last one? I forget the last one.
And the open restaurants.
Oh, and the open restaurants. Yeah. So those are 3 text amendments. Now, will we hear those, Teal, at the June meeting?
Yes, they are all coming. So the citywide hotel one, it certified on Monday. And then the health and fitness or PCE text amendment, as well as now I'm spacing on the other one because there's so many. The health and fitness will be on May 17th, and then the open restaurants will be on June 7th. So they will be a little bit more staggered, but in some of that news, the open restaurants will have a little bit of a span. You'll end up in your 90-day review period instead of your 60 days.
I see.
And
So
so
we'll hear
there's,
that in September.
Potentially, yeah. We can keep talking about the timing, but the next ones are the citywide hotel as well as the PCE.
Okay, great. I just wanted to talk about ULURPs and timing. So we'll vote on these 3 in June, and then there'll be the hotel text amendment on the heels of that. So they will present, and then we're working with city planning to figure out how those votes occur. So other than that, there is, for those of you who have not returned the EEO policy statement, you should have received from the board office the borough president's EEO policy package and a letter that you need to sign. And if you have it, if you're by your computer and you want to go to your emails now and sign it and send it back, we need those ASAP. We need those immediately. They go back to the borough president. Everyone is extremely concerned, that board members comply with that policy. And there will be upcoming further training. I attended a training on, I don't know, the other day, on human rights law and protections against discrimination based on race and color. And there's going to be another one on transgender and gender non-conforming communities. And so the human rights law is going to be May 18th at 6:30. And then again, May 20th at 12. And then the working with transgender and gender communities is June 1st and June 3rd. And so I invite, you should have all been notified. Please raise your hand if you have not been notified about upcoming training. The training that I was on the night of the transportation committee meeting, there were 100 people on that training. Sheila, you didn't get a notice? I can't hear you.
Somehow I was not included on that email list. Debbie just resent something and I noticed that 2 prior emails about training. I've been booted off the board already. I didn't know it.
I think not.
No, check your spam.
Check
your spam or junk folder.
Right, I looked, okay.
Check again.
No, absolutely not.
We'll let
I sent it to our full list.
No, not the EEO statement, the training statement from Maricela.
So when is is there another training?
There are lots of trainings upcoming. Did you receive nothing from the borough president's office about anti-discrimination based on race and color or transgender?
I'll have to check the spam.
It came to me a day before, which I don't understand why, and it was dated, emailed a day before. So somebody needs to contact the borough president's office and, get their act together on that, on the notifications.
They send everything the day before, the second before.
Okay, well, we will send, I have the calendar of the trainings up and coming. We will send them out because our list is accurate.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be great to have those training dates on paper. Thank you so much for sending that out, Lisa.
Yeah.
Can I ask one question when you have a chance?
Somebody was asking about, Sheila was asking about the digital signature acceptable for the EEO. That's right, Debbie, it is, correct? For the EEO statement.
Yes.
You can provide a digital signature, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we've gotten more than half the board. So if you haven't sent it yet, please do. And the ones that have sent it, yes, thank you.
Great. Maury, I'm sorry, what's your question?
No, I just want to really quickly see, because obviously we have a lot to digest from tonight's meeting with all these
presentations.
Presentations. Yeah. I'm wondering if maybe we could use this meeting as our tech committee trial and maybe put this recorded meeting on somewhere where we can go rewatch it?
Sure.
Yeah.
I think
mean,
we
I'm
can
happy
do
to help.
that. Debbie, I'm gonna volunteer that. Yes, we do that. Can we do that? I'm gonna
I'll help.
rely on you
Thanks,
and
Maury.
Anatole, you
Okay.
and Anatole and
And Maury.
Jake to
And
figure
Jake.
All right.
that out.
The three of us will do it. I'm volunteering Anatole too.
Okay, fantastic. Then you
No
can,
worries.
Thank
all
you.
of you, tech committee members, that's your job. Figure it out, please.
We have an assignment.
You have an assignment. Yeah, I mean, that's all, that's okay. So we took care of the EEO.
Thank you.
On Heart Playground, there was ribbon cutting for Heart Playground, which the board attended. COVID testing sites are on our website. Thank you, all moms. Happy Mother's Day. Everyone who is a mom or a mom to your community or to your family and friends. Happy Mother's Day and happy Memorial Day to everyone. So that's my report. Any questions? Okay, moving right along. Debbie? You're on mute.
Oh, sorry, we have a lot going on, but thank you, everybody, for complying with your EEO. Just return it. I have to give a statement to the borough president, and I'd like to be almost in 100% compliance. We have a few people that are ill, so we won't be able to. So, but we're doing our best to make sure that the board is in 100% compliance. We're finalizing an audit that was an EEO for the staff that we got an audit on, that we had to send some emails back and forth, Lisa and I. So we're in the process of hopefully getting that finalized and off our plate as well.
We are hyper sensitive
Yes.
to EEO
Yes.
concerns.
Thank you, and thanks for all your help. CB2 attended the naming of Borough Hall for the former borough president, may she rest in peace, Claire Schulman. So that was very nice that the borough president had done that. I know they worked hard together. And we're being very successful. Thank you to the tech committee of getting stuff on calendars, getting responses with Do It If You Soar, and trying to get things moving and shaking in the directions that you want them. So that's good. We're putting stuff on the calendar. We're making clickable PDFs. So we are progressing. Please try to be a little patient with all of us. You know, the office is inundated. We have a lot of compliance and a lot of paper still that we have to do as part of the city compliance and the city follow-ups and the city rules and all the things that we have to do. So, but we thank you very, very much. And we do thank everybody. And Jake, for your trainings have been amazing. And we really do appreciate them. And we've watched them and rewatched them several times. So thank you to the tech committee for really doing a good job. And we're posting more information to Facebook and trying to get more information. The agencies are starting to post more. So as I get more from the other agencies, I will put it on our website to be more informative. So thank you, everybody. And again, wishing everybody a happy safe and happy Memorial Day. Please wear your masks. There are vaccination sites everywhere. So get vaccinated so that we can have as much immunity that we can, so we can get back to a regular life and start to see everybody in person. And there'll be more to come. It just will take time. Thank you, Seth, for that reminder. And we're happy. We're working together with everybody to make things happen. Thank you.
Okay, city planning report.
So as I had already mentioned, the hotel text amendment was certified on Monday, and the health and fitness will certify May 17th. And then the intention is for open restaurants to certify June 7th. I did just want to make a quick point of clarification on open restaurants. Previously, I've discussed that this like from the DCP perspective, is focusing on making the sidewalk program permanent. But this text amendment will also look at roadway dining, which is more of like an emergency amendment that's come about because of the pandemic. And so I just wanted to give you a little bit more of an overview of what open restaurants is about. That's all I have for tonight, though, unless you all have questions for me.
Teal, I do have a question, which is I received a huge complaint today about a restaurant building out a new open restaurant in Sunnyside, and where there's another open restaurant right across the street. That's still subject to DOB and DOT approval, correct?
So at this point, that's through this emergency text amendment, and there have been a lot of issues with how the approval happens and then oversight of that approval. So it hasn't had a very strict oversight of what's occurring with people opening their restaurants. And that's part of what like this text amendment would start to like wrap its head around, is how is this feasible in the long term? But I can, in terms of like what's happening right now, I could look into that and get back to you.
Okay, that
To
would be
just kind of get a better grasp of what the context is of when that happens.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
Yeah, because thanks. I mean, because as COVID winds down and people are out on the streets, things that we used to have very strict rules about where outdoor cafes could be and pedestrian access and baby carriages, and now it's kind of a free for all. And I look forward to some control again. Anyway.
Absolutely.
Okay, committee reports, land use, Christine, are you gonna?
Yeah, sure. So we had a very full land use meeting. The first was a landmark application, and which was for the installation of a solar array on a house on 43rd Street, on the roof of a gabled roof of a house on 43rd Street in Sunnyside Gardens, which is, the historic district. This is the first application like this that we've seen. It's a house that is particularly well oriented to the sun and not shaded by trees, as most of the houses in the gardens are. So it's a, there's the opportunity for effective solar, for effective solar panels with a lot of output. The committee, was surprised at the application and wanted to, because it seemed contrary to a lot of prior actions or restrictions by landmarks. At the same time, the committee did make a recommendation to the board. Do you want me to read that, Lisa?
Well, I mean, I think what I'd like to say, I want to interject for a second. We did make a recommendation, and subsequent to that meeting, I did reach out to the Landmarks Commission, and the Landmarks Commission advised the homeowner and their consultant to come back to the community board. We had not received a full application. All we got was, the presentation by the solar consultant. And so they advised the homeowner to come back and do a full presentation to the community board, as if they were presenting to the Landmarks Commission with not just the solar array and the map, but the different views of the home and how it would be seen from the street or not. So I think that we'll have an opportunity again to see the presentation and to have a more thorough understanding about its impact. So that's going to come, that should be at our June full board meeting, actually.
Lisa, were you able to get any response from Landmarks as to why this was occurring in this way? I mean, why Landmarks was doing this on a staff level rather than a full level and stuff like that?
No, it was a huge mix up. So when I explained that this the consultant came to our land use committee meeting, but we hadn't received an application. And there's someone who, you know, is like the traffic cop there. So he's the person I spoke with, and he reached out to the staff level person who had been working with the homeowner and the consultant. And so he just asked them he sent the consultant today sent me the application with photographs and a fuller package, and the homeowner and the consultant will come to the board and do a presentation.
How about the
And-
staff member from planning? For
What's-
landmarks, I mean.
No, they're not going to come.
Have you
I mean,
spoken to that person?
I just spoke with, I didn't speak with I spoke with
With the
the
traffic
person
cop.
who schedules the meetings. And so I didn't speak with the landmarks person. But what they did tell me, Steve, is that they're working on another application in Sunnyside Gardens for a home with a flat roof. And they do want to move in the direction of entertaining solar applications. However, this issue about visibility from the street is a real issue for them.
Well, I'm only, I mean, look, we all would love the idea of cleaning our air and using solar or wind or everything else. I mean, I'm just concerned about whether or not we are opening up a Pandora's box. As you know, I've expressed that concern. And I again urge you to reach out to speak to someone at city planning, either staff or something else who is actually in charge as compared to the traffic cop who tells you that he spoke to the person who's in charge.
Actually, they did send me written rules about solar, so I can share that with you too.
Right.
That would be great. Could you send those to the whole committee, Lisa?
Yes,
So
I
it's
will.
not gonna come back to the committee. You're saying it's gonna go straight to the board. Is that?
Yes, yeah, I would rather, I mean, I would rather go straight to the board. I don't see why it needs to come back to, because if it comes back to the committee, then it has to go to the whole board. Anyway, we can talk about that.
Okay, so I guess enough. So we shouldn't present, you don't want to present the recommendation from the committee tonight.
Premature.
I mean, it wasn't based on full information.
Okay.
And there was no public testimony. So, I mean, it's in the minutes, Christine.
Okay, so then just moving quickly, because I know it's getting late. We also had a presentation on the ULURP application that we heard the hearing on tonight on Van Dam Street. So I don't think I need to go through much detail on that because you heard it all again tonight. And then there were, you know, the committee had a number of questions, but again, I think a lot of that was fully represented in the questions tonight. And then we just discussed the timing of the Roosevelt Avenue application, which again will now we've had that hearing, but again, the board is going to hear the presentation. The June meeting is going to be a doozy of a meeting. Our public meeting, you know, full board meeting, but that is, at that point, the board will then hear the presentation of the project. And at that point, the landmarks committee, the land use committee will have a recommendation to the board.
Yeah, we will have a recommendation from the land use committee at our land use committee meeting on the 19th. We will recommend to the full board the vote on 6204, the accessibility and the Teamsters, and then at the full board meeting, we will discuss and vote.
Yeah, so the only other item at the land use committee meeting was, again, a similar presentation on the zoning for accessibility text amendment that we heard tonight. And that's, you know, that was our meeting.
Thank you.
Sure.
Any questions for Christine? Yeah, Laura.
Yeah, I have a quick question regarding the solar panels. So the committee passed a the committee recommended approval because of this climate emergency. So I was wondering if the full board could pass a similar resolution, maybe not tonight, maybe at the next meeting, that just clears the way for all solar in Sunnyside Gardens so that each application doesn't have to come to the community board and get held up by red tape.
No, they all come to the community board.
Well, but
So-
I think to that point, it would make sense. I mean, this isn't just a Sunnyside Gardens issue. It's an issue. There's a lot of, it's a citywide issue for all historic districts, of which there are many, and many roofs.
But
And
just
so I think it would make sense to get to a point where, however, to have a clear set of guidelines and to be able to do this at the staff level for homeowners, and to not have to, each time go, just as right now, if you live in Sunnyside Gardens, you don't have to go to the community board if you want to, paint your door a different color or replace your windows. Those are handled at the staff level of landmarks.
Yeah, I mean, there are some things that are handled at the staff level, but they're not very good at handling many things at the staff level. I mean, we've been only talking about windows in Sunnyside Gardens for, 10 or 12 years, and to get them comfortable with certain windows. So landmarks is woe to recommend, but I mean, your point is well taken.
Yeah, I mean, just like this roof has to go first, I would think some community board has to go first on this. And
I don't think we know if we're the first community board.
No, I mean, they would do solar on a flat roof. I mean, the question is, one, as we discussed at land use, whether it can be removed, does it damage the slate? Because those are slate roofs, a peak roof is a slate roof. Does it damage the slate? Is it visible from the street? Does it, kind of interfere with the preservation of the historic district? That's, solar is near and dear to many of our hearts. So, we will see the presentation, and hopefully people from the community will come and testify, and then we will vote, right? And that's usually how that works. Carisha, I know you went out there. Is that what you want to say?
Yeah.
Wait, you have to unmute.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yes, I just wanted to put out there, I did walk out there, and I did notice in that area that there's already skylights in some of those roofs.
Yeah, that's right.
And part of the roof, it might be the specific one that's looking for solar, but part of one of those rooftops is already started to be painted a darker shade of gray, which is going to be closer to what the solar panels are going to look like. And then the only other point, which I'm sure will come up later when we have a hearing about this, is that at only where I was standing in front of the City Harvest temporary site is when I could actually see those rooftops. I could not see those rooftops with the trees in front of them when I was at the beginning of that block towards the Lulagadi Park corner. So I just wanted to put those points out there, which I'm sure will be up for deliberation later. Thanks,
Yeah,
Lisa.
thank you. Thank you all for your comments on that. So thank you. All right, city services, Steve.
Yeah, I'm going to make it very short. We basically had a few people wanting SLA licenses. We took no action on anything. Hopefully the next meeting will be more exciting, although from the agenda, I'm not so sure. But hopefully by June or by the fall, at least, we'll start doing more of the things that city services was meant to do, which is to keep track and make sure we're being served.
Thank you, Steve. Sheila and Tom.
Thank you, Lisa, and welcome everyone. This past meeting with the Transportation Committee, we did have 3 different presentations that we received. The first was on the Queensboro Bridge, and New York City DOT provided us with a presentation on the south outer roadway of the bridge that is going to be converted to a pedestrian-only facility. Our committee did raise several questions and concerns relative to the need for speed to delivery with this project, as it was clearly communicated that any delay in bringing this to fruition will have an impact on lives and the safety of our cyclists and pedestrians alike. In addition, a discussion ensued regarding the type of fencing that will be added to the south outer roadway with respect to style and appeal, the need to accommodate pedestrians who obviously will want to view from there, photography, etc., and recognizing that there is also a historic element as well with the bridge. New York City DOT provided us with an overview of the One New York City Plaza Equity Program, which addresses the needs of New York City plazas in under-resourced neighborhoods where community-based partner organizations struggle to maintain a high-quality public space. We were told that the DOT's goal here is to achieve equitable public space throughout the city. Through this program, New York City may provide horticultural care, maintenance services, financial subsidies, and a host of technical assistance to the plaza partner. Plazas are defined as high, medium, and low. An example of a high, which I think is outside of our district, is the Diversity Plaza is an example of a high-need plaza. And high-need plazas receive a full suite of maintenance services, horticultural care, et cetera, et cetera. The partner there is actually DOT. We currently have 2 medium need plazas. Both are located under the 7 train, Lowry and Bliss. Medium need plazas receive financial subsidies and funds are provided on a reimbursement basis. I believe it's Sunshine Bid has those 2. And then finally, there's a new one coming to our board in Long Island City, and this is the Glacier Rock Pedestrian Plaza on 12th Street between 44th and 43rd. And the partner here is, I think, the Voria Group, and this plaza has been identified as low need, and I would think that's based on who the partner is. Our third presentation was from LaGuardia Community College. LaGuardia Community College, and specifically from the President's Society Environmental Program, which is a year-long program that provides passionate and outspoken students the opportunity to be part of community-led solutions and projects addressed our committee. Part of their work includes learning how to make a difference in their community. This year, the students have been working with local community groups on creating a proposed LaGuardia Community Greenway, which includes 29th Street between Skillman and 47th, a shared street on a small section of 29th, a shared street on a section of 30th, and then support for bike lanes on Thompson and Skillman. We heard from 5 students. Our committee did vote to support the President's Society Environmental Program's vision and offered our continued support to the group. And I'd like to be clear that we provided an overall support for the vision because the specifics really aren't there yet. Additional items discussed this week included the Blissville Greenway, which received a letter submitted by Transportation Alternatives in support. We also heard from Newtown Creek Alliance, who is also going to lend support for us. And Jason Banry, the Queens Deputy Borough Commissioner, spoke on the item directly and spoke about the initiative to move forward with this. Blissville Veterans Memorial, which rests on land owned by DOT and managed by DPR. And it was reported that this initiative is in continued discussions between the 2 agencies relative to restoring the century-old Veterans Memorial that was erected actually in 1919, which coincides with the first Veterans Day, also known as Armistice Day back then. And it's unfortunate that this Memorial Day, we will not be able to raise the flag to honor those Blissville veterans who did not return home to Blissville. But we hope that the city will get their act together, and in Veterans Day next November, we will be able to raise the flag as we have done 94 times over the last 108 Veterans Days that this flagpole existed at this Veterans Memorial. So we're going to make this the 95th time in November. Long Island City, DOT completed its study regarding the need for additional traffic controls at the intersection of Vernon and 43rd. The traffic signal has been approved and will be completed by September 30th. No standing signs along 43rd. This item has been discussed. I believe it was deemed temporary. Kristen, I think we shared our concerns with how it was done, and again, it's going to be temporary. Open streets. We understand that approvals of recently submitted open streets are forthcoming, and I would encourage anyone to contact us should your application for an open street receive a denial, so that way we can follow up with DOT directly. This Friday, Sheila and I will be meeting with Principal Vitolo and members of the PTA regarding School 152 and their concerns with traffic and safety. Woodside, we received questions and feedback regarding the upcoming feasibility study of the one-way conversions, and specifically how those conversions, if they take place, would impact the local bus route. Drag racing, which I know we've heard from many people throughout our district. On May 3rd, Mayor de Blasio spoke during Inside City Hall, and he shared that there's going to be additional focus and resources on this concern. He expressed that it's a danger, it's a disturbance to communities, and this is a quality of life issue that he takes seriously. The mayor assured the audience that it will take, in the next few weeks, you're going to see a strong new initiative. We did ask our partner from NYPD, who participates in our Transportation Committee meeting, if he had any inside scoop about this, and he did not. So we're looking to see what exactly the mayor is speaking of and how, what this new initiative will be. Thank you, Lisa.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions for Sheila and Tom? Okay, A and C. Happy birthday, Krisha.
Thank you.
So we had a presentation from the Liz Luskin of the Long Island City Partnership. And it's actually, they have quite a few programs that involve the arts. They went over several of the past and present initiatives, as well as some future projects. And all of this is pretty well detailed in the minutes, so I won't take up time tonight with that. We also spoke with Marie Flagel, who's from the original 5 Points, who had concern about how the name 5 Points is frequently used and not referring to their original group. And in fact, she mentioned that GM Realty was denied a trademark for the name 5 Points. And she's basically expressed concern about groups that use the name. At the same time, the original 5 Points people want to make it very clear that they support all efforts by artists in Long Island City, including those who might be working with GM Realty. And then we also went further on a discussion of basically the ins and outs of working with building owners to create art on the outsides of their buildings. And she basically gave us some ideas and advice for artists who want to approach building owners. And I guess over to Carisha at the Unisphere.
Live from the Unisphere. I just dropped 2 links in the chat earlier. The LIC partnership is putting out a survey that they are encouraging anybody in the district to fill out. I also dropped another link regarding the permits, particular to open culture. If anybody wants to see what events are happening in our district with organizations that have already been approved for an open culture street event, those are put up every 30 days in advance, so about every month. And that's pretty much it. Next Tuesday, our arts and culture meeting, we've got Queens Council on the Arts presenting about their upcoming programs for art commissioning. If anybody is interested in coming to find out more about that, about being an art commissioner, or also to be an artist who can apply to be commissioned. And there's also the Art School to High School program. And then we are also introducing our new committee members. And then hopefully Sean will come over on Tuesday to talk more about working with our local artists for their Teamsters building. So everyone is welcome to come Tuesday. It's fun committee time.
Fun committee time.
Thank you.
Did Liz Luskin talk about the storefront startup program?
Oh, right. That is also on our agenda. Thank you for forwarding that. She has connected us with her contacts at Shishama, and we're going to find out, we're going to discuss that and hopefully be able to bring them into a future meeting as well. They are trying to activate vacant storefronts throughout the city. It's a program that they've done before and they want to ramp it up. And we're hoping that we can also apply that to our storefronts here in our district.
Yeah, that would be great. Okay, thank you. Such a great committee. Steve, we can't hear you. Unmute.
I mentioned it to Kenny in the chat. I'll mention it to you now. You know, having them come Tuesday, actually, they're not coming Tuesday, having them jump on a Zoom call with us Tuesday is really, in my mind, not as effective as just going down to them and ringing their doorbell. I've never been to the place. I don't know if you have or not, but it would be nice to see what is available so that we can ask them specifically for things that we might want. When I mentioned to them about the Long Island City Open Studios, which hopefully Richard will be able to get together this year, I was thinking about the storefronts. I don't know what the storefront situation is. In addition, they have interior space that we might also be able to use. Don't you think it would be better if you and Kenny just walked over there and saw them?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Steve, I didn't see that in the chat, but that's definitely a good idea. So I'll reach out to Sean.
Because that's what I was doing. I reached out and went to the developers and actually sat in their offices.
But Stephen, the only thing I didn't want to do is, you know, there were so many fragmented requests. There was you requesting, Kenny requesting, someone else requesting.
Well, that's why I'm suggesting, no, Lisa, I'm not, my suggestion was a broad suggestion because I knew particularly Long Island City Long Island City Open was going to be coming in this fall again, and they would be looking for spots. I know tons of artists who would love to exhibit, but Kenny and Carissa, as the co-chairs of Art and Culture, can go there and really have a much more meaningful discussion in person than with a Zoom call. That's all
I think, Steve, initially, I would like to share their, just have that be a discussion with the entire committee, and have them just, I'm not expecting it to be, it was arranged very quickly, and I think it's just kind of like a meet and greet on Zoom. But we certainly can follow up. I think it makes a lot of sense, to go there. But I think there's no harm in having this initial Zoom meeting, because we can certainly do that much faster than we can arrange getting over there. But
yeah, I agree. I like the suggestion. We can definitely go and get more on-site information, and then we can then relay that to the artists and figure out how they can liaise better with that building once we get a lay of the land. So yeah, thanks for that suggestion, Stephen.
No, and thank you for bringing up Arts Open, because I think that's, makes a lot lot
Yeah, that's a great idea, Steve. We should go.
Maybe they should have a permanent space for the Open. I don't know.
Well, actually, Carissa, I was thinking about that, but it seems that they're in the construction process or trying to be. It's very difficult for a landlord to rent out or give out space without knowing they could get it back. I mean, I've been doing that with Flaxall now for several years. It's really a matter of trust, and unless they really know the people, it's going to be a problem. So I'm really looking forward to just having temporary locations there and doing things. And hopefully after they build out, maybe we can get what you're talking about, a permanent space like Richard appears to have at the factory building.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I just let me dream on my birthday for once.
Happy birthday, Carissa.
All right, Environment Committee.
Hey Lisa, hi everybody. At the environmental committee, we actually had a speaker come and talk about geothermal technology. There's been some news reports about a proposed, I guess, quote unquote, green energy plant in LIC by the waterfront, right? And while we didn't have the developer come, we had an expert come and give us an idea of what is geothermal energy exactly, right? And it has nothing to do with the water. It's not about generating electricity. It's about actually digging very, very deep in the ground where the temperature is stable. So in the summertime, because heat, in the summertime, basically you can go down to the ground and then you can use the cool temperature to provide cooling. And in the wintertime, the temperature down there can provide heat, right? So there was a lot about mechanics that we were talking about. And some of the interesting things that I found was, you actually have to dig very deep in the ground to pay on the system, actually deeper than potentially the Empire State Building is high. And if you're because of what the plan is proposing generating heat for Queensbridge housing, there does need to be some sort of mechanism to migrate the energy over, right? So it was really just an overview of the geothermal technology for the committee in terms of the viability, how useful it is. We did provide examples where Roosevelt Island on Cornell Tech is using the geothermal technology today, but the Hunters Point Library today actually is not, because there's some contamination on the Greenfield site, right? So it was a pretty interesting talk to where I think if it becomes viable, we could have more discussions on. The second presentation was from the Waterfront Alliance, and they presented their waterfront resiliency plan for all the mayor candidates. One of the biggest things I did ask them was, one of the formal responsibilities of Community Board 2 is to prioritize budget and capital requests to the city. And, what are things that they would recommend or want to see done, right? And one of the things that we've been talking about is trucking, right? Because trucking is moving a lot of goods within our district and kind of contaminating the air. So one thing is New York City is exploring more around using with the waterways to actually transport goods, right, within the area. And there is a study that New York City is being done where they're looking at how they can do more waterway transportation, right, and try to decrease trucking, especially within our area where they need to move goods. Oftentimes where Queens is a warehouse district and they're trucking a lot of stuff to the Manhattan, right? So potentially boating might be able to help alleviate some of that and also be a more efficient method of transportation. So those are the two items we talked about. Thank you.
Steve.
Yeah, Frank, who was it that you had the expert? Was it from Dandelion or what are the company?
So it was actually I reached out to Tom Pano. He's actually a LIC
I know
resident.
Tom.
Yeah, so Tom used to be the sustainability director of DDC, and he actually wrote the geothermal manual for developers if they were to use the technology. So he wrote the geothermal manual guide and then just explained to us the basics of what it would be, right? So there was a lot of I would say speculation in terms of what the proposed plan is, right? Because the media reports within LIC had a lot of questions. So we didn't talk about the proposal specifically, but we really just provided an education for all the environmental committee members around what is geothermal technology, how is it being used in New York today, right? And is it viable?
It's fascinating. I've been actually exploring it from my home upstate. And, you have to drill down. Basically, technically, you really only have to drill down a few feet, but they go down usually somewhere between 300 and 500 feet. And they run an antifreeze in the pipes there so they can bring up the coolant that they put down will be at the same temperature all year long. And they simply have to heat 20 degrees or cool 20 degrees, depending on the situation, rather than heating from 30 outside to 70 in your house. So it's good. I had suggested this, I think it was last week, to the School Construction Authority, because they're building the school right near me on 48th Street, but they wouldn't even talk about it.
I agree. It's a cleaner technology. I think there's a lot of potential difficulties with doing it because he needs to have very, very clear water or clean water. And he was saying, I guess within LIC, it's
a closed system,
I guess, that they had.
No, either Tom is talking about the old days or someone's confused. They now use a closed system. So whatever they put into the system is clean because they could use distilled water. And then they put in like an antifreeze. And that's what's going to be there for the next 2,000 years unless the pipe breaks. The old days, they used to have an open system where you had to worry about the water. No longer. They've worked out most of those kinks already.
Yeah, no, the biggest thing, at least for me, was he was saying that depending on the amount of land that's available for the site, they could potentially dig up to 500 feet. If they need to go deeper than that, potentially like 1,500 feet, that's when they start running into potential issues. Because if they are going to theoretically connect it to Queensbridge housing, there is other development planned for that site north of the area, right? Like by Silver Cup. So then what does that actually mean, right? So it was mostly just kind of discussion, but I think it was a good attempt for the community board, I think, to be a little bit more proactive, where if something does come on board, right, we just have a better understanding of what they are talking about and some of the drawbacks and benefits too as well. So
That's fantastic, Frank. Thank you.
I just wanted to say about geothermal, if it's okay, Lisa.
Yeah, sure.
That, I mean, from my experience with geothermal, there are alternate systems, there are horizontal systems and vertical systems, and it's extremely site specific. So, I mean, that's part of the problem, and it does potentially have an impact on neighboring sites. So doing it upstate on a big lot is much easier than doing it. I mean, I can understand why the SCA is leery because, and if there is contamination on the site, even if, as you say, Steve, the water itself is going to be in a closed loop, it still, rings all the bells of a contaminated site and can be very hard to get approved.
Yeah,
So,
you can't dig in a contaminated site. That's the whole problem.
Yeah.
Okay, we're not going to work this out right now, though.
No, but just for everybody to understand, it's very site specific. So you can't assume that because it worked elsewhere, it's going to work, on this site in Long Island City or wherever. That's all.
That's great. Thank you. Health tie, Machine, Health and Human Services.
Hello, guys. Recapping our meeting back in April, we talked to Kelly Phelan. She's from Our Children, and that's an organization in Long Island City that supports incarcerated women with children in many ways. They run prison nurseries, they house formerly incarcerated women right here in Long Island City, and they provide job training and childcare. What we should know is that they're still actively looking for donations and volunteers. They have 2 thrift stores. They welcome donations. They take stuff for kids, adults, and for the home. Those are in Long Island City and Astoria. They are also looking for volunteers. They really stress their need for mentors for their kids. So it just means, you have can have more mentors. The website is ourchildren.org, and that's HOUR. On another note, the CEC elections are here. The CEC is a community, the education council, and it gives parents elected to the council a real say in education policy. So voting, if you're a parent, there are a lot of policy ideas out there that you may not agree with. You can vote. The voting period is now until May 11th, and the candidates Monday, May 10th, 5 p.m. We're going to hear from NYC Kids Rise. This is a nonprofit organization running a pilot program in District 30. They are offering free money for opening a they need a lot of help spreading the word, social plan, because not a lot of parents have signed up. And that's it.
It's a great program. And Our Children was like, it was such a moving presentation. And they're such a great organization. Anyway, thanks, Ty, for all that you're doing, and the Health and Human Services Committee. Okay, that's committee reports. Public comment. Seth, I think you're signed up to speak.
Lisa, but can we ask about the tech committee that is not on the agenda?
Oh, I'm so sorry. What was that about? Anatol.
Thanks, Jake, and thanks, Lisa. I'll be mostly quick. Last month we had a presentation from Block Party. If you don't remember Block Party, Sarah from Block Party came to make public comment during our last meeting. They are 3 mighty individuals who have this site called blogparty.studio. They take community board meeting minutes from YouTube for community boards who have them, and they upload them to their site, and it's a free resource and a database for the whole city. So, and they also send you an email summary of community board meetings that you're signed up to. So, hopefully not now that we're going to be also up live somewhere, most likely YouTube. We'll be on the site too, and we'll be able to be part of this resource for our district and citywide. We're continuing to make progress on a bunch of things like PDFs and clickable links and the calendar. We have more stuff coming up. I guess the only other thing I wanted to mention was we still want to redesign and digitize our newsletter, and we wanted to create a newsletter working group and not just have it from be folks from the tech committee. So if the rest of the board is interested, or if folks from the rest of the board are interested, please do feel free to email me. My email's in the chat right there, and otherwise I will pick on you. But no, we'll just handle it within the tech committee.
I want to say that Nick did a fabulous review. He actually went to work on reading our old newsletters and did an analysis of kind of what was there, what he'd recommend. So yeah, that was, we're going to start working with that to move the newsletter project forward. So thank you, Nick, for working on that.
Yep.
Anything else,
and that
Anatol?
is nope, and that was it. Yeah.
Okay. Public comment. Seth. I'm turning it over to you now.
Hello. So thank you, everybody. My comments that I wrote yesterday, the first thing, which is nice that it follows, I wanted to thank the tech committee and the others involved for the work they've done on the calendar, the clickable links. It's much, much better. It's a big improvement. There's not a problem with getting access to the meeting. So that's a good thing. Thank you, tech committee and others involved. Second thing, I do note that the bylaws are now available on the website, which is a good thing for the public. Although I must say it took several emails to the office. I asked them to be emailed. They weren't. They're finally posted. I did find out, however, that some board members didn't even have the bylaws. So now that they're public, all of our board members need to know the rules that they need to follow. And the third and most important thing is that in the bylaws, Article 8, Section 4, which you can all see on the website now, is that residents or others with a strong interest in the community may be public committee members and shall be entitled to vote and shall be counted as a quorum. And this is part of Borough President Richard's strong initiative, which he has sent out in letters to people who are rejected for the board. And he also stated at a recent political meeting. So I would like to know, what is the timeline for making this happen? And I've attended several meetings of the Transportation Committee. And as Mr. Matuza said, we would like to know the speed to delivery. We don't want to hear, oh, this is being worked on, or I don't have any updates. So I would like to know, what is the timeline for making this happen?
So Seth, I can respond to that, which is, we're working to, public members are appointed by the chair. And so that's that is my responsibility. And we are working to amend our bylaws to have much more clear rules about the appointment of public members. So we've been doing a tremendous amount of research. Different members of our executive committee have offered suggestions, and we're working to put those together. So we're really happy that there's so much demand for public members to be on this board. And with increased demand for public members to be on the board, we need to have some structure for making that happen, rather than, just the chair appoints public members. So I appreciate your interest. I really want to, reiterate, I appreciate your attendance at our meetings and your interest in becoming a public member. I would also hope that, you know, given your involvement with the Wynwood Gardens Association, that you know, you would bring some of the concerns of, as Carol Toronto did for many years, of the Wynwood Gardens Association to the board, especially because we don't really hear from people in that community much anymore. So, you know, I hope that you can bring local concerns.
That's what I mean, in my application for the board, I did mention that Ms. Toronto had been a longtime member. We don't necessarily have a lot of representation from this area. Relevant to that is my state senator, Senator Dabo, is not even listed as a CC on the agenda. So Senator Gianaris does not represent all of us. And I appreciate that the board is making efforts, but again, what is the speed to delivery? And my big comment is my emails were ignored. And I also see another email in the chat that another person's emails were ignored. So I did not get an acknowledgement of my interest in this committee until I publicly stated it at the Transportation Committee this week when the district manager acknowledged it. And it's very frustrating that there is no way to get in contact with any other member of the district. There's only one email, the district manager's office. I couldn't even contact the chair of a committee if I were interested in it. So I am not the only one. Emails should not be ignored. And again, I would like to know at next month's meeting, what is the timeline? What is the speed to delivery?
I can share that with you. The timeline is this fall. So as you know, the community board does not meet over the summer, and we're gonna spend the summer, you need to listen, please. We're gonna spend the summer working on a committee to amend the bylaws, and we're gonna look at rules among many other things of appointing public members. So that's what you need to know. You may not be happy with that timeline, but that's our timeline.
So you clearly had an answer for me, but I was not given that answer in any email. And Ms. Bloomfield is also writing in the chat that her email was recognized numerous times and not answered. It would have been polite for someone on the board, a citizen, the district manager, my taxes pay for. I understand the board members are volunteers and it's a pandemic, but how hard is it to say that we will have information for you in the fall? It would have taken 30 seconds. I didn't get it. Ms. Bloomfield didn't get it. And also, you do not need to amend the bylaws. And basically,
no, we do. So
not for this.
Is not.
It's
Wait.
Article 8, Section 4.
Wait, Seth. This is time for public comment. You and I can, we can talk on the telephone. I'm happy to talk to you.
I would love to talk to you, but there's no way to reach you.
Give me your email and we will schedule a time to speak.
That's great.
I am more than happy to talk to you.
Members of the public have one way to contact the board, two, a phone number and an email. And if they don't get a response, I've tried Twitter, the Twitter handle disappeared. So I will send you my email in the chat. And I'm happy. I mean, my email is public. I am happy.
That's great. I will connect with you and you and I can have a conversation.
That is great. I would appreciate that.
You're welcome.
And I think Ms. Bloomfield would as well.
Yes, thank you. I've spoken with Ms. Bloomfield. Thank you. David Bergoa. I don't know who David, are you here for public comment?
Yes, I'm here for public comments. I'm on behalf of Neighborhood Housing Services of Queens. So everybody, good evening. Thank you for having me. I just wanted to drop by and share some of the events we're having. Next week, we are having a webinar in which we're going to discuss repairs for homeowners. We have grants for emergency repairs for homeowners that may need assistance getting something fixed. The guidelines are very, very specific as to what constitutes an emergency. So I highly recommend you join us. That way, you know, we tell you all about it. And if it's something you qualify for, we'll help you apply for it and we'll submit it. Hopefully you'll get it approved and, you know, we'll get something fixed in your property. Again, this is for homeowners. Now, we also have a first time home buying webinar on May, I believe, 19. So if someone's planning to purchase a house, we're telling you the process, and we're also telling you about the grants that you can apply for through our organization. And, you know, we'll walk you through the whole process. Hopefully you'll become a homeowner and, we have services for homeowners as well. And lastly, we have a recruitment event with HANAC on the 20th of May, in which we're helping people get employment opportunities at LaGuardia Airport as things start to open up. They're trying to rehire some personnel, and we're looking at retail, customer service, security, drivers, a variety of positions. So we're going to be going over that on the 20th of May. Everything is virtual. I'm going to leave the flyers on the chat. So if anybody's interested, they can register. And also I'll leave my information if anyone has any questions. Lastly, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers. We all have one. And happy Memorial Day way in advance, but I know the meeting will happen afterwards.
Thank you, David. Any questions for David and NHS?
I think a few of us, Carisha, you had your hand up first. Kat, you have your hand up, so I don't know who's up.
Oh, Sheila and then Kat and then Crucia.
Yeah, but I think you guys had your hands up first, so.
That's
I'm
fine.
sorry.
No, that's fine. My hand was up before David spoke, so it's fine. Go ahead, Sheila.
Kat, do you have a question?
Yes. So, I mean, I know I briefly spoke with Lisa about this previously, but I'm just wondering about the small businesses and like what committee makes the most sense to support small businesses. And I was just curious if other people had thoughts on that. I mean, it's not like, I'm not like angry about it. I'm just curious.
Yeah, I think, small businesses, we can talk more about that. I think it's best placed right now in city services, but, because it's SBS but, it's been an under attended piece of our community, and it falls into different committees, and it's not well addressed. So I think we can continue to talk about what makes sense, because I don't think we holistically deal directly with small businesses. It comes under land use, it comes under city services, it comes under different
arts and
committees.
culture.
Arts and culture. Yeah, we
Transportation.
don't, we don't address small businesses in a cohesive way. It's from the conversation with you, it's something to think about.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I just appreciate, I just wanted to like raise it to just be like, hey, does anybody else have any thoughts? So thank you.
Yeah, sure. Sheila.
So David, I'm sorry I missed some of the first things you were saying. It took me a moment to refocus. And so I was interested in the information you were talking about for homeowners. So with others' permission, I'm sorry, can you recap the beginning of what you were saying very quickly?
Yes, absolutely. We are having a webinar next week in which we're going to go over emergency repair grants. So if you're a homeowner and let's say something's broken in your property and it is an emergency repair that needs to be done, there is money, there is government grants to help you with that expense. However, it is very specific because it's a government program. It's very specific as to what constitutes an emergency repair. So we want to walk you through it so that way, we manage the expectations of what can and cannot be done.
Great. Next expectations and obviously the qualifications and all of that, right?
Absolutely. Right. But if in any other case, we do try to refer you to other programs, and we also do assistance with foreclosure, refinancing, and type of services that homeowners may need.
Okay, thank you so much, David.
No, thank you.
And David, are you also doing working with residents of this community on one-shot deals or advice around eviction prevention?
Yes, we do have a counselor that assists with affordable housing, tenants' rights, and landlord rights. We don't have an event for that yet, but if anyone has any questions, you can feel free to email me. Our counselor has been dealing with a few personal issues in the last week, but if you email me, I can try to connect you with him so that you can set up a time to speak and he can find the best solution for your situation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, anything else? All business, new business?
Yeah, I just wanted, I do.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Um, I was just wondering, Lisa, if it would be helpful. I understand about the timeline for the fall for developing a process for public members to join committees. I also know that there's been some public interest in joining the Arts and Culture Committee. So I was wondering if it would be helpful if maybe we made like a sub-working group to help draft some sort of methodology proposal and maybe send it your way so you and the executive committee can take a look at it, and perhaps that could help expedite the process to establish a procedure.
Thank you for that suggestion. We're talking about it on the executive committee. So, you're welcome to provide input if you'd like to.
Okay.
You're welcome to provide input, but it's the executive committee, and it's going to feed into the bylaws, the committee that's working to amend the bylaws.
Right.
So,
Yeah. Okay.
nothing's going to happen before we have that conversation. And
Okay.
because there's really just the June meeting, and we're going to work on it over the summer, there's some time, I think, to have the dialogue about this.
Okay, yeah, I know June's going to be super super busy agenda wise, but yeah, I'm happy to help be a sounding board and bounce off ideas over the summer too, so we have it ready for the fall when
Great.
we're back in session. Okay,
Fantastic.
thanks Lisa for
Thank
always
you.
being
Thank you
responsive
very
to our
much.
ideas.
Of course. Let's see. Does somebody want to make a motion to adjourn?
I have one other piece of maybe
have a
old
comment.
business. Oh, yeah.
Well, let Jake go, and then I don't know who said that. I don't know who said they go, Jake.
Sure, sure. Oh, yeah, that was Amparo. Yeah, Amparo, you can go first if you like.
Sure. I just wanted to follow up on a comment that I made last time. I'm having trouble finding the recordings of other older community board meetings. And I'm wondering when that's going to be posted.
Well, there are older community
On
board
the
meetings.
website. I see
under
before
archive.
March 5th, 2020. I don't see anything after that.
Right, we haven't posted, we're still working on that, right? We were talking about we were talking a little bit earlier about having this meeting posted. We haven't been able to do that just yet, and we mentioned early in the meeting to solicit the help of the tech team to post something, because we haven't been able to accomplish that yet.
Would the committee meetings also be uploaded?
I don't know. Let's try to get a meeting upload, and then we can decide if we're going to upload everything.
Thank
it
you
would
so
be
much
great
for that. It's
when-
just, it would really help me to get some background, especially with these Euler, if I miss because of work, I can't go to a committee meeting. If I can review the recording, I just want to make an informed decision.
when we had the conversation with the person from Block Party, she's been doing this survey of all the community boards and what's posted, and then they can transcribe the minutes from the recordings, and it's very dynamic and provocative. So I don't know, Anatole, do you have a comment about any of that?
Yeah, I mean, I of course, agree with Amparo that we're recording these meetings anyway, and they shouldn't be going into a black box that no one can access. So we're definitely on the right track for thinking about starting with this meeting, and then seeing how we can make these recordings available for definitely our members and for the public. It's a crucial resource right now. So we definitely should be. We're recording these anyway. So it's just another half step of getting them available somewhere. So
I was going to say, Lisa, too, I would really appreciate it, because I couldn't attend the Roosevelt attendee, right? So I sent you an email asking what happened, because I had like a separate Queen sanitation meeting. But it's the minutes are it's different, right? So if the video is available anyways, right? So it'd be nice.
Yeah, so it's definitely on the list list of things we want to do. So let's see if we can accomplish getting this meeting posted and move forward with the goal of, getting all our meetings posted.
Yeah,
But
and my comment actually segues perfectly from that conversation, and I think that the clarity we have from tonight's meeting that we are all moving forward, getting this one posted is a huge step forward toward opening the door to getting a lot more stuff posted. And that was like the leap that we hadn't taken yet, and I'm very excited that we have. And I think that the tech committee can now take action to try to make a new trend here. But that also ties into the comment I was going to bring up, which is something we discussed at last month's meeting about including with the minutes the chat transcript from these Zoom calls. This is something that came up at last month's meeting about how folks, a lot of important information happens in the chat and goes out in the chat and then gets lost if people don't know how to save it. And so I know and since then we've done I think we've talked about on the tech committee with the office staff, how to save the chat and how to take the chat file that comes with the recording of the minutes of the video meeting. And I'm hoping that, that wasn't included in the minutes for last month's meeting, but I'm hoping that moving forward, at least for the full board meetings, the chat can be attached to the email along with the meeting minutes, and that we as a board can choose to not approve the minutes unless the chat is included in them in our vote every month. Also really excited that we have, not last month's meeting, but moving forward since then, thanks to some of the tech committee trainings, we're now having, searchable, copyable PDFs. So it's going to be a lot easier to use the minutes from all these meetings, in addition, of course, to video recordings and chat recordings, because you can search for them and you can search for when was the word, this specific word said, and get right to that part of the minutes, which will make, I think, them a lot more accessible. So yeah, I guess but my main point is about the chat being included in the minutes emails.
yeah, I wasn't, well, I wasn't part of that meeting, but we can talk about it.
If I can just jump in on this for
Yeah,
just a
sure,
second.
Nick.
I want to just say thank you very much. I was joking with a couple of folks earlier today that I got a calendar notification for tonight's meeting and I blushed. I just think it was a fantastic step forward, and really appreciate all the hard work that everyone did to put into that, both on the tech side as well as in the office. I also want to say that I was further excited to then join this meeting via the live link in the agenda. Was really great to see that. And this has opened a new world of accessibility and possibility for screen readers and for translation for all of our documents. And this is a giant step forward. Wanted to echo that point from Jake. I also want to say that I agree with what everybody is saying about the chat. And including that in the minutes, and think we should seek some guidance from Borough Council on how that fits in with our meeting minutes, just whether this is part of the minutes, whether it's an extra, and there's probably a way in which, these two things square together. And so, I very much agree that this needs to get shared with everybody. Let's figure out if there's some kind of specific mechanism that this gets connected so they get into the minutes, or if they're adjacent to the minutes, or it's an addendum to the minutes, whatever it is. I just want to make sure we do this above board.
Yeah, let's talk about it at the tech committee. I mean, we'll just keep talking. I mean, we're not going to solve it now.
When is the next tech committee meeting, Anatole?
You can find it on the calendar on the website with a live link. I mean,
I know it's true. I know you're right. I know.
Just put the link to the calendar in chat. And that is, it'll be there. But I do believe the conversation about the chat was not at some special meeting. That was at last month's full board meeting. And I remember talking with Stephen Cooper about difficulty in saving stuff in the chat. And I believe we had sort of come to an informal decision then that we wanted to be distributing the chat along with the minutes.
We just need to, nobody in the office, Jake, you have to work with us. And Anatole, this is, it's 11 o'clock at night. We're not going to talk about downloading the chat now, but we will talk about downloading the chat and figuring out how to distribute it. Are you okay with that? Okay. Anything else?
I just want to say everybody should click the 3 dots if they have 3 dots on their screen
at the bottom right,
and they can click save chat right now.
Really?
Yeah.
I've been saving it every periodically, so.
When you see at the bottom right where it says filed next to that 3 dots, and then if you save it at the end of the meeting, you'll have everything.
Okay.
To be
I
clear,
move
you
to
have to have
adjourn.
Does everybody
to have
see
the-
how to do that?
You have to have the chat open.
Yeah.
It's not
If you
just
save it yourself, it'll save your DMs as a part of it. If we like it, just like we don't all take our own minutes for the meeting, we shouldn't all have to save our own chat. We can like share this with the group. Of course, if you want to save the chat yourself, you can. And there are tools in Zoom to do that, depending if you're using the web app or the desktop app or the iPhone app.
Yeah,
So,
this
like,
is not the time to
well,
do
exactly.
the tech tools.
Well, no, I just
So-
wanted to say that if anybody's interested, because we are talking about the chat and some people might want to save it for future. So I appreciate your point, Jake, but it is nice to let people know in the community how to do something if they don't yet know.
Thank you all. So
I
does
move to
somebody wanna
adjourn the
make a
meeting.
Motion to adjourn.
I second.
Oh, my goodness.
Third.
Okay, have a great week.
All right.
Good night.
Night all.
Hi, everybody.